If you've already learned the basics of Excel and you're wondering how real data analysts use Microsoft Excel to analyze data, then this video is for you. So in this video, I'll be showing you how to clean, transform, and analyze data using Microsoft Excel. So we'll be learning formulas and function, pivot table, Power Query, all to come in this video. So let's dive in.
Welcome to today's tutorial on Excel for data analytics. So in this video, I'll be showing you how you can start using Excel for data analytics. I've organized these various sheets here to enable me teach you and show you how to learn or use a specific tool for data analytics. All right, so the first one we have here right now is basic math operation, and I just have this small set of data, and I want us to fill all these spots you see in all the sheet. Anyway, you see this blue spots here, like blue color spot. That's the answer. We need answer to those spots. All right, we need to fill the answers to those places. All right, so just look out for this blue spot. So the first thing I have here now is that I want to find out the order value. This is an iPhone case product that will be ordered by customers. This is the three unique product: iPhone 8, iPhone XS Max, and iPhone X. So these customers have ordered for these products. All right, customers with this ID, when they ordered for the product, they got this unique ID, then the product type, the price for that particular product they are ordering for, and the quantity they have ordered for. All right, so we want to find out, the first thing we want to get is the value of what they are ordering for. So we want to, like, if someone ordered for iPhone X at this price, €3, and the person ordered for 490 quantity, so we want to get the value. How much does it cost to get 490 iPhone X casing at this price? All right, so quickly, to fill out this section, we just use the multiplication. We just multiply this column by this column. All right, so we start. But if you've not watched or you don't know anything about Excel, I've already created a video for you to get started with Excel. I'll leave the link in the description. All right, so for now, let's continue. So I want to get this multiplied by this. So every formula in Excel begins with equal to. So I will say equal to. I will just use the simple method of clicking at this spot. All right, you see D2, then multiplied by E2. By clicking there, you can see D2 multiplied by E2. Then I will hit the enter key and it gives me the answer. All right, so right now I don't need to repeat it for all these other cells. I'll just use a flash fill option. Either you drag, depending on how large your data is. If I click at this spot here, you can see my mouse have changed. I will just drag down. If I stop here now, it will fill up to that portion. All right, let me press Ctrl Z. But if I just double click on it, then you can see that it has filled up till the end. So I like using this method, but it depends on the quantity of your data. All right, don't do that when your data is very large. Okay, so the next thing now is that we want to get the number of order. How many times was an order placed? All right, so for that particular answer, we're going to using the count function. The count function is also equal to count. All right, I will use the tab key to accept it. Tap. Then where or what do I want to count? I want to count this order. Now, don't get me wrong. You don't count letters, you count number. So for this now, that means that I can't use this particular column to count because they are all letters, but I can use these columns all to count it, and everything will be counted as one, like 1, 2, 3, 4, just like that. So but for now, we'll be going with the column that has unique values, like this order ID. So I'll use this one. I'll click on it, Control Shift, I'll hold down Control Shift, and I will press the down arrow key, and it will highlight from the beginning till the end, and I can hit enter. Then it gives me the number of order. You can see now, if I look at the formula bar, you see it says count A2 to what? A30, and we got our answer here. So I'll just press escape on the keyboard, then that's it. So Right now, I want to count or say you want to say total quantity ordered. I want to get the total quantity ordered. I want to get the total quantity that was ordered. That's summing the whole of this column. So for sum, we use the sum function. I'll just click and say equal to sum. All right, accept it. What do you want to sum? We want to sum the quantity ordered. Control Shift and down. All right, then I'll hit enter. That gives me the total quantity. I'll repeat the same thing for the order value, the sum of these. Control Shift down. All right, and hit enter. So that gives me the sum of this column and the sum of this column. So right now we want to go further and get the number of iPhone 8, number of order for what? iPhone 8. How many times that iPhone 8 was ordered here? Like if I want to do it manually, I'll say this is 1 time, 2, 3, 4, 5. Only iPhone 8. That's what we want to do. So for this now, we'll be using the count if function. The count if. So I'll say equal to count if. All right, not count ifs, count if. So I'll accept it. Now this function has two objectives there. One or two variables to provide. The first one is the range. The range is the various places where iPhone 8 appears. All right, this is the range. These are the range here. Sorry. So we have from this spot to the end, C2 to C, I think C30, and the criteria is this spot here where we've written down iPhone 8. So please take note of this spot. This is H1 2 3 4 5 6 7. All right, so we select the whole of this for the criteria, and we for the range, and we select just this one for the criteria. So let's go ahead and select the range. So to select the range, we click on this spot. You use our normal way of highlighting the whole of that cell by holding down Control Shift and down, and you press the down arrow key, Control Shift, and I'll press the down arrow key. Then the next thing now, for us to impute the criteria, we just have to type comma. Then we type comma. Just watch when I type comma, you can see it has switched to the criteria. So if I go back up, and you can see that this our formula is blocking that our H7. So we can go ahead and type H7. Just type H7. If I don't, you can see the red color is showing you that it's at this spot. But if I don't want to do it that way, even if I click on iPhone X, I can use my arrow key to point it to take you back to H7. So we have H8 and H7. Close the bracket if you want. All right, so this is the function now, the formula. So we hit enter, and we'll have 13 times that iPhone 8 was ordered. All right, now using that same step, we don't need to repeat for iPhone XX Max and iPhone X. All right, so if we drag down like this, we'll have the rest of it for iPhone X and iPhone XX Max. But please, I want to correct this now. There's a mistake in this calculation we've done. Why? Because this is the total number of order, which is what, 29. But if we count the total number, if we get the total, sum the total number of the number of orders that was done for the individual iPhone casing, we'll not get the same number. So this is 10 plus 13 plus 5, that is 28. That means that we are wrong. So let me show you where the problem is coming from. So please take note of it. This is very, very important. And if I click on this 13 and click on the formula bar, you will see that it has highlighted all the sections that are involved, or the cells that are involved. Now for the range, which is this C2 to C30, let's scroll down to C30, and we see that it is C30 right here, C30. Now for the range, for the criteria, now that is it there, H7, which means that this one is correct. All right, so I will press escape on my keyboard. Now this time I want to try this. Let me go for the next one, 5, and let's click on the formula bar, and let's see all those that are involved. Now if you notice from the beginning here, this our range is not selecting cell C2. See, it's not selected. And if we scroll down, you will see that that C2 that was not selected has gone one bit down, one cell down. All right, so that's where the error is coming up from. Now, even if we do the same thing for this other one here, see this one here, if we click on it and click on the formula bar, we see that it skipped 2. And if we go down, it has taken 2 empty cell. So if that we have more stuffs here to flash fill, the same thing will always reoccur. All right, so now let me show you where that problem is coming from. Now, assuming I have this number here, let me say 3, and I have, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, now see what I want to do. If I say equal to 3 divided by 1, we know it's 3. The answer is 3. But if I flash fill, that means that I want to divide 3 by 2, 3 by 3, 3 by 4, 3 by 5. See what happened? I'm getting 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. So let's see why again. Now, if you watch this one now, watch the formula bar again for the first one. For the first one, it says I15 /J15. That's I15. This is it, divided by J15. But if we go to this one now, it says what? I16. This is the I16, which is empty, divided by J16. So empty cell divided by 2 is 0. The same thing to this one. I17 divided by 3 is 0. The same thing. So that's why we are getting all this 0. But watch what I want to do now. If I say equal to this cell now, which is I15, I want to anchor it. I want to lock it up. We call it anchoring. You lock that cell. So you can either lock a cell or you can lock a range of cells. But for now, I'm just locking one cell. So to lock it, I will press FN F4 on my keyboard here. And do you see what happened? A $sign has been added to both sides of that cell reference number. All right. So what does that mean? It has locked this cell, meaning that every time I'll be referencing this particular cell. So I'll go ahead and say / divided by 1. All right. If I hit enter, I'll still get 3. Nothing changes. But this time, when I flash fill, I'll get the right answer. So let's see what happened. This is what? I15 divided by J15. The next one again, I15 again divided by J16. The next one, I15. So this cell now has been locked. I've anchored it. So it will do what I asked it to do. So that is what the solution is to this one that was giving us wrong answers. So for this one, we just locked a single cell. But if you remember, this cell was changing. This one was changing. Where we flash fill, it would change. Maybe if we have more option here, it could have changed. But we don't want it that way. That's why we will need to lock it. This is how you lock a single cell. But for this, our practice now will be locking a range of cells. All right, still the same process. Now remember, if you try to lock by pressing function F4, FN F4, and it refuses to work, you can type it manually by yourself. So right now, let's go ahead and see how it works. Delete. So right now, I have to repeat this one. Let me delete it, then I'll repeat it again. So equal to, I'll say count if. Now the range, Control Shift and down. Then I'll go ahead now and unlock it by pressing FN F4 on my keyboard, and I've locked the cell. I locked from this point here towards C30. All right. Then I'll press comma. Then the criteria is H7. So I'll type H7, close the bracket and hit enter. I'll still get the thing. But if I flash fill this time, you can see now the sum is equal to 29. All right. So we achieve this now using the count if function. And I also introduce the concept of what? Anchoring, locking a cell or a cell range. All right. So now we want to get the quantity ordered for iPhone 8. That means that if there's iPhone 8 here, I want to take this number, which is 610, and add it to this one, 520, and add anywhere I see iPhone 8 and put the sum here. So for this particular task now, we'll be using the sum if function. The sum if function. Now this one have three variables for us to work on. Three variables. The first one is the range. You know the range. The range remains this. All right. So we'll select the range, and please remember to lock it. We'll lock it. And to go to the next one, which is the criteria, we'll press our comma. All right. Now, where is the criteria? The criteria is iPhone 8. And lastly, we'll press our comma. It has the sum range. That is this place that we want to sum. We want to sum the quantity. That's the sum range. And also we'll be locking the sum range because we don't want it to move. All right. So we'll click on the first one, Control Shift and down. Then I'll press function F4, FN F4. All right. It has locked it. Close the bracket. Please don't forget to close the bracket and hit enter. And that is it. We've summed all the place with iPhone 8. iPhone 8, we're summing it. So we can flash fill for the rest now. All right. So I'm hoping that if I sum this, I'm going to get this. If I sum this, I'm going to get this. So let's try for the last one. That's the order value. So we say equal to the sum if. Where is the range? This is the range here. Control Shift and down. We then lock it. Then comma to go to the criteria. This is the criteria here. Then we're not locking the criteria. Then comma. We go to the sum range. Why we are not locking the criteria is because we'll be changing when we flash fill. It should change and go for iPhone XS Max and iPhone X. That's why. So for the sum range this time, we are selecting the order value. So Control Shift and down. Then we lock it with FN4. Close your bracket and you hit enter. All right. So if we flash fill, and that is it. Now I want to confirm if these two are correct. Let's just use sum. Let me just use sum for all of them. Equal to sum. Sum of what? I want to sum this. I will hit enter. That's it. Also, I think we can also flash fill. Let's go this way. I will flash fill, and that is it. We got the same thing. All right. And if you confirm, this is 14870-32515. So that is it. So all right. So for this section now, we want to get the mean, the max, and the average for the quantity and the value. Then for iPhones and for the iPhones. All right. So let's start. So we have the mean. So I'll type mean, and accept it. For the order value, sorry, this for the quantity ordered. All right, so this is the quantity. Select, and I'll hit enter. So from that column, the mean is 120, and also see what will happen now. Our flash fill, it works the same way. If I flash fill this way, I will get 180. That means that is for the order value. But I think most of you will still be, is that going to be true? But let's try it and see manually. Then we'll just delete it and say equal to the mean. All right. So I'll select for the order value and hit enter. Still 180. All right. So this flash fill works well. As far as there's consistency, we have quantity and value. We have the quantity and value for the mean. Now for the max, so when I say equal to max of the quantity and I will flash fill, the same thing. Now for the average, for the quantity, hit enter. Then we flash fill also. I hope you don't doubt the result. The flash fill works perfectly. All right, so we've gotten the mean, the max, and the average for these orders. Then for the iPhone, we want to get the average order quantity for iPhone 8. So still on the same vein, we use our average if. So what is the range? The range is where iPhone 8 appears. So Control Shift down, and don't forget to anchor, then comma. Where is the criteria? This time the criteria is on top of here. We can see it clearly. So I will click on it. And where is the place we want to find the average? Or just the average range of the quantity, not value. This time quantity. Control Shift down and anchor it. Close the bracket, then hit enter. So the average order quantity for iPhone 8 is this. All right, so I would go ahead and flash view for the rest. You see, now we have for the order value, and equal to average if. Where is average if? Where is the range? We have the range here. Control Shift and down, then we anchor it, then comma. Where is the criteria? This time still iPhone 8. Then this time we are working with the order value. We anchor it, close the bracket, and hit enter. So we flash fill also. You can see how flash fill works, but be careful of flash fill. Make sure you anchor it before flash filling. Understand this concept of flash fill, that anything you don't want to change, you don't anchor it. Like this iPhone 8 will be changing when we flash fill, but the range and the sum range, maybe for either of them, will not change. That's why we don't we have to anchor it, but we don't anchor these ones. All right, the same pattern with the basic math operation. All right, so that's for this. So we've talked about the count function, the count if function, the max, the mean, the average if, the sum, and the sum if. All these we use to fill out all these our values here that we have in the basic math operation, and the min, max, average function. All right, so I just hope you understood how to use the max, the mean, the average, the sum if, the count, and the count if. All right, so make sure you go through it over and over again to get this. I just hope you get it, especially the count if and the sum if. Very useful. All right, so in this session now we'll be talking about the logical operators. So there are many logical operators, but we'll be working with if, or, and there are many more to come as the video progresses. All right, still the same data that we've been working with, still the same data. All right, but this time we've summed the quantity and the value. They are all here, the same values. All right, but now assuming you are a sales rep and they have given you a target. Let's say here they give you to sell a total quantity target for total order quantity of, let's say, 15,000, and let the order value of let's say 30,000. All right, now I want to find out, did the person meet the objective? Like target order quantity, was it met in terms of the target, or in the quantity and in the value? Was they met? All right, and if both objectives were achieved, both of them, and also if at least one was achieved, and if it was achieved or not achieved, we want to know to what amount did the person, or the amount that was left for the person to meet the target, or what excess did the person make above the target. All right, that's it. So right now I'll be getting for this one, for the first one, the target quantity. For the target order quantity, we'll be using the if logical operator. So if I say if equal to if, the first variable there in the function is logical test. So we need to create our logical test, and it's very simple. These are all the various logical function like I've stated, and these are the logical operators that we have: equal to, not equal to, greater than, less than, or equal to. So we want to say if this target, if this one, what the person sold, which is this, is greater than or equal to the target, it should tell us true or false. All right, or let's say, what will it tell us? What will it tell us? Okay, so right now I'm done with the logical test. I'll press comma. Value if true. What will it tell us? If it is true, we want to say target achieved. All right, so I'll put it in a quote: target achieved, or comma. If it was not achieved, I want to say not achieved. Not achieved, in a quote. All right, if I hit enter, I will see not achieved. If I flash fill, I can see target achieved. All right, so this time I did it and I flash fill, but remember that flash fill is because it's consistent. This for this, for this, this for this. That's why we're getting this. All right, so let me just repeat it. I'll say equal to, if for the second one, if what the person sold, which is this, is greater than or equal to the target. All right, what will it tell us? So if I type comma, I want to see target achieved, then comma, value if false, I want to say inside a quote, not achieved. So you can see it says not achieved. But based on this, I want to tell you that the if logical operator has a natural way of responding. So it said it returns true if it is true, or else it returns false. So if I don't want to put it in a quote, I can just type true or false. So without the quote, I can type true and comma, or type false, or you can select from the suggestion. So I want to leave it this way, so false, and the next one, let me flash fill it and it will give me true. So I'll be working with the natural language of true and false. So the next one says both objective achieved. So this is AND function. We'll be using AND function. It says it returns true if and only if all logical tests returns true. So like now we have true and we have false, so it will be giving us false. All of them are not true. All right, and for or all returns true if at least one of them, if at least one logical test returns true. So if we use the if, the all functions on this, one of them will give will return it will actually return true. Meanwhile for and it will return false. So let's try it. So just say equal to and the first logical test is this is greater than or equal to this, comma. The second logical test will be this greater than or equal to this, and we can go on and on and on and on. All right, but for now, no other test, so we'll just close it and we hit enter. So we have false. Both objective were not achieved. Now at least one objective achieved. I'm going to use the OR function or logic. So I'll say equal to OR, and the first logic this time, I don't want to select it and repeat it. I can just select from the both objective here by just clicking here, and that's the first logical test. And if you watch inside this first, it says I9. If I go back, cancel it, if I watch inside this logical test, you can see that this one is greater than or equal to this. So we don't need to repeat it, we'll just select it from here. That's what I'm trying to say. We just select from the existing logical test. We don't need to write it again. So either way, if you want to write from the beginning, fine, you can select from the existing one that represents that same logic you are trying to create. So this time I want to select from the existing so that you see all the tricks and techniques that are involved. So I'll say equal to all. the first one is this, comma, and the second one is this, close the bracket, and you hit enter. So we got true because at least one of them was achieved. All right. So now I want to see if to what extent was the target in terms of excess or deficit. All right, what I mean by that is that what amount did the person sold more than the target, or what amount was left for the person to meet the target. So we want, if it crossed the target, let it say excess, then if it is below the target, let it say deficit. All right, so all right, so let's go. So I'll be using the if function, but before that, let's get the actual value. So we say equal to, this is what this person sold, so we say minus the target, and we hit enter, and we'll get minus 130. That means that it was just left with 130 for the person to meet the target of 15,000. The same thing for this one. I can flash fill it, but no need. Let's just go ahead and do it. We'll just say equal to the actual minus the target, and we hit enter. We can see that this person sold 2,515 in excess. So see what I want to do. I want to say equal to if the value here, I'm writing my logical test now. If the value here, this value is greater than, or no, yeah, that's just it, is greater than 0. Let's go with greater than. We can't use equal to. Is greater than 0, then let it tell us that it is excess. All right, then if it is not up greater than 0, that's minus, let it tell us deficit. All right, and I will hit enter. So right now we have deficit. Right now we have deficit because it's a negative value. So if I flash fill it, we should have excess. Right, that's just it. So yeah, imagine now that, let's say that I reduce the target for both objective. Let's say I change it to, let's say 14,000, and I change this to 30,000. Okay, see 30,000. All right, 30,000. You can see everything becomes true, and even SS. Let's give it a number that none of the target was achieved. Let's say like 13,000. And we have let's see, okay, I think this, let's make it higher. Sorry, the target should be higher. Let's go for 15,000 for both of them. 15,000, and we have 33,000. You can see that none of the target was met. False, deficit, and deficit. That's just this logic for you. All right, so that's it on logic. So I'm sure you've gotten some of these for working with numbers. So I told you we will be working with number, text, and date. So everything we'll be doing right now are for numbers. Everything we've done there for numbers, or for numbers, working with numbers. But right now I want to go to text, working with text. All right, so in the next section now, I want to work with some text. So see what it is now. I've got some names here, and if you watch this name now, they are not properly written. Some are in uppercase, some are in lowercase, some are in upper, lower, and proper case. That's it. So I want to, first of all, put all of them in uppercase, maybe one of them in uppercase, one of them in lowercase, just to show you how all of them work. Then proper case, full name, username, proposed email, and that's just what I want to show you. But before I show you that, okay, I think we've done that in our beginners Excel class. Let's go ahead with this. So I want to get the uppercase for the first name. then lowercase for the last name, then we can use any other. Now I want to convert it, so I'll say equal to this. But before we call it, we'll call the function which is upper. Then where is the text I want to convert to uppercase? This is it. Then I'll close the bracket and hit enter. It is uppercase already, so no changes detected. But when I flash fill for others, you can see that everything is now uppercase. The same thing for this, equal to the function is lower. All right, so where's the text? Let me use the last name, close the bracket and you hit enter. Then if I flash fill again, everything is now lower. Then for proper case, as you already knew it, it's equal to proper. I'll use the last one, proper, and let's go with the last name, and I'll hit enter. Proper is that just the first letter is capital letter while the rest are lowercase. All right, so this is how to convert it from any case there to upper, lower, and proper case. All right, so you are working with data, you'll be working with text, so this is how to make everything look uniform. All right, so now we want to get their full name. The name, they are separated, but I want their full name together. But even though their full name will be together, they must take a particular pattern. Either they are all upper, they are all lower, or proper case. But for now, let's go with proper case. Let all of them be proper. So for me to get their full name all in proper case, I'll say equal to, then I'll say proper. Where is the text that I want to make proper case? First of all, we can use the original text and we say this name. Then remember, we want their full name to be together, but all of them should be in proper case. So I want to add this name to a space, because after the name there should be a space between it. So I want to add it to a space. So we used a code to signify a space. So right now, this is what I've written. Text A2, the content of this A2, we're adding it to a space. We use a quote to hold down that space. All right, and we add it to what? We want to add it to the last name. All right, and we close the bracket. But all of them will be in what? Proper case. Anything that happens here, but let it come out in proper case. So when I hit enter, that is it. Let me expand it. So I will flash fill, and all of them are in proper case, but I've created their full name. So I can even decide to change this to lower. All right, lower, and if I hit enter, it should be lower. Then I'll flash fill it. All of them are now lower. Now, very simple and straightforward. I love using these text manipulators. All right, now I want to create a username for them. I just want their first and last name to be their username. All right, to be their username. Let's say I want this proper case to come first, and add it together with I remember we use both of them. We use the last name. Okay, no problem. So this is how we're going to do it. We'll use the same pattern. We want to add the both names together, so we can let's use uppercase this time. So I'll say equal to upper, then the text. Now I want to use this and just add it with the last name, and let all of them be the username. Two of them together, but in uppercase to be the username. So that is the username right now, but they are all added together. We add all the text together. All right, so we can still change it to lower or proper. All right, but proper won't be okay. It won't be okay leaving it as a proper case, but upper and lower will work just fine. All right, so let me leave it on lower for now. Lower, and hit enter. So we've created a username for them. All right, a username for them. And lastly, I want to create propose an email for them, and in that email I want it to be this name, this their username at gmail.com, their username at gmail.com. So what I'll do, I'll just say equal to this, and I want to add it to in a code. What do I want to add it to? At gmail.com in a code. I'm adding this text G2 to what? At gmail.com, and if I hit enter, that is it. This is the proposed email that I want to create for all these users. So go ahead and flash fill it. I'm sure you are learning. So this is how to manipulate text and make them be in uppercase, lowercase, anyhow you want it to be. All right. So there are more to still to come based on text. And the last thing we need to know about this text manipulation is this. Now look up and see. I want to do something. Now see, if I click on this, let me go for Shani. All right, I will delete Shani. Did you see what happened? Everything about Shani here is gone. All right, so let me Ctrl Z to bring it back. If I delete Tono, and everything is gone, and Ctrl Z. Now see what happens. If I click here or click here, you see that on the formula bar, the same thing you see here is what's on the formula bar. But if I click on, let's say this one now, I'm not seeing the name here. I'm seeing upper A4. That is this text. So how can I solve this? Because someone can just come and delete this Ben now, and everything about Ben is gone. So to do this, see what you do. We select all these texts now. We select all these texts that their formulas are showing. We select it. So let's just select all of them. I'll start with Control Shift. I'll go right. I press Control Shift and I press right to go right and down to select all this portion. All right. So what you do now is that you copy it. You copy this text by pressing Control C. You see, I've copied it. I want to paste it back on the same spot, but I'm not pasting it the normal way of pasting. I want to paste special. So to paste special, you press Control, Alternate, and V. So this is it. I pressed Control, Alternate, and V, and this is what? Paste special. The normal paste is Control V, but this one is Control, Alternate, and V. So what do I want to paste? I don't want to paste the formula. I want to paste the value. I don't want to paste this formula. I want to see only the value. So I will select values. All right. And I will say OK. And I will press Escape, the first key on the keyboard, and we are good to go. If I delete Ben again, nothing will happen. Ctrl Z, because this time if I click on Ben, any of them I will see the right text there. So when you manipulate text, make sure you copy it and you paste special for the value, so that the real text value is what will be there, not the formulas. Please take note of that. Very, very important. Now let's go to the next section. On cutting substring from text. I want to cut text. I want to cut it. All right. Now see what the one says. I want to get the first three letters of this any text. Let's just see. I want to get the first three letter. I want to get the first three letter of the last name. The first three letters of the last name. So for this, I will be using the function called left. All right, but just know that if there's left, there will be what? Right. So let's go ahead and I'll say equal to left. Where's the text that I want? The left. I want the last name, and wash the variables in the function here. Is it the text? And we've selected the text, which is B2. And right now we want to get the number of characters that we want, and they have instructed us here to get first three characters. So I will press comma to go to the next section of the formula. Then how many characters do I want? I want 3 characters. So I'll type 3, close the bracket and hit enter. That is it. I've gotten the first 3 characters of this last name. Assume I want the last 2 character of the first name. The last 2 character of the first name. For that one, I will use Rite. All right, Rite of this text, and I want 2 characters and hit enter. That is it. The first 2 characters. Remember, we can always flash fill. But what it says is that we should get the first 3 letters. So let's get the first 3 letters of the first name. So we say equal to left of this text. Then we need 3 characters. Close the bracket, we hit enter, and that is it. We flash fill, and that is the first 3 characters for this. So when you're working with data, it might be that you want to extract some particular text, maybe from the left or from the right of that column. Though that's just how you achieve that. So in this other one, we want to get the initials, maybe the first and last name. We want to get the initials. We want to get A dot R, their initials, A dot R, but there should be space. Let's put space there, a little bit of space. So see what I'll do. To get your initials, we say equal to the left of this text, and we want 1 character, 1. Yeah, we want 1. That's it, and we want to add it. Remember, initials is like a dot. There should be a dot there, so we got add it to a dot. I told you we can hold it with equal to. So at this point now we have a dot. So we need a space in between it. If we need a space, then we need to add it to a space again in a quote. All right. And we want to get, after that space, we want to get the last name, the initials of the last name. So we add it to left again, the left of which text again, the second text, which is the last name, and we want just 1 character. All right, we'll close it, then we add it to the initials, which is the dot. All right, so at this point now we still need, okay, I've closed it of the dot, sorry, I've closed it, hold the dot in a quote, then close the bracket for the first one here. All right, this is it, and this one for this. Please take note that we don't need to put another equal to. All we need is just 1 equal to, and let's see what happens. It says value error, so we are missing out somewhere. All right, so let's try to debug it and see where we made mistake. So we are adding, so this is where the mistake is coming from. We have to close this here. All right, and we add it, so we don't need this other one. All right, so I think we are good to go. If I try to explain it for you, we started with the left of the first name, A2. All right, and we want 1 character from it. When we get 1 character from that first name, we want to add it to a dot. It's the initials they said we should get. We add it to a dot, and after getting the first initials, we need a space in between it. So we added it to a space, and we added it to what? A left again for B2, that we needed 1 character also, and we added it to a dot. So if I hit enter, that is it. So we have the initials. Now if I flash fill, that is it. Now we have all of them, the initials, A dot R dot. All right, that's the way I want it. Maybe if it's not the way you put your own initials, that's fine, but this is what I just want to demonstrate to you. All right, so the zip code, I've already shared that we can use the Rite for the zip code. So if you take note, one thing you should always try to note in your data is that, is there any consistency in the data in that column? All right, like now if you take a look at the address, the zip code now, what's consistent in the zip code? What is consistent there is that the number of zip code is 5. 1 2 3 4 5, 1 2 3 4 5, and that makes it easy for us. So we can always say that we want the left of what this text, and we want 5 character, which represents the zip code from the left portion. That's it. So if I hit enter, left, okay, I used left instead of right. Sorry about that. So I'll just change it to right. So there's room for mistake. Right, and enter, and that's the zip code. Okay, so if I flash fill it, that's it. I got all the zip code. Here we use what? Right, and here we use left. All right, so that is how to use left and right to manipulate your text. All right, so still on text manipulation, trying to work with text in your data. Let's go to the next portion that says we want to get every address that is New York here. New York. NY represents New York. So these are different addresses, but we want those that are New York. See New York here, New York here, New York here. So we want to use some functions to achieve this. First of all, I want to use the find function to find if a particular text is here, if NY, which represents New York, is here. So I will say equal to find what? I'm finding text. Where's the text? I want to find New York. Now remember that any text you are introducing that is not part of the original function, you must put it in a code. Very, very important. I'm looking for NY. All right, so I'll put comma within which text. Where's the text? Click here. All right, so we don't need to specify where it's from because the addresses length are different. If it actually starts from all the addresses are the same, then it'll be easy. So but for now, we don't need to specify the starting number. So we just close the bracket and we hit enter, and it gave us an error. All right, this is an error. But if we flash fill, we see that it is showing us the number where NY start. That means that, or I can say that, hey, anyone that has number, then that is a New York address. But remember, our aim is that I want to bring anyone that's a New York address to this port. I want to take it from here to here. All right, so every of this cell that has number is New York. All right, so see what I want to do now. I want to say equal to if is number, if it's number, if it is a number, where is the value? It's just telling me, is this value a number? I want to ask, is this value here a number? I'll just choose the value, close it, and if I hit enter, it tells me false. So if I flash field, anywhere with true is what? Number. Anywhere without true that is false, then it is not number. All right, so I want to show you two methods now to get the New York address. So I want to say if it is number, let it take the address and put here for me. Okay, but let's just go on. I'll say equal to if where's my logical test? I already have my logical test inside here. Remember how we work with our logical test portion? All right, so I already have my logical test inside here. That's why it's showing me true or false, which is the natural language of logical test. So I don't need to write any logical test again, so I'll just click on it. All right, and comma, so value if true, so if it is true, I want it to bring the address from here to here. So if it is true, take this address for me. All right, so comma, if it is not true, just leave it like that. So I'll just put a code without anything, and if I hit enter, you can see nothing was returned because it is not a New York address, or is not true. So if I flash fill it, only the New York address are here. You see gradually. So I can go on and on, but for now I want you to write the logical test I won't be doing that now. I want you to combine all these logical tests, all of them, combine it as one and drop here for me. All right, that's an assignment. You can comment the formula you use. This is a very important task. I want you to combine all this formula as one. I will be responding to anybody that asks for the answer. I won't be doing it. All right, but I want you to combine based on what we've done. Combine all these formula and bring this thing instantly into here as one. It's your task. All right. So if you don't know how to do it, no problem. You can just say anything. Let me send you the formula. But for now, I won't be showing you. Just try your best. Combine everything you see here and bring it here. All right. All right. So let's go ahead. So that's it. Let's go. Still working on text. Let's talk about splitting field into column. I want to split this address now. I want to get the state and the zip code. Where is the zip code? The last five numbers. Why the zip code is the two letters before the why the state is the two zip code before the two characters before the zip code. All right. Now I don't want to use that our method of left right. No, I want to use the splitting method. All right. So to do that, I will select the column that I want to split. All right. I'll just select it, and we'll go to data column. This time we won't be using functions and formula, and on this data we'll see our data tool. Then on the data tool we go for text to column. I'll click on text to column and choose the file type that best describe your data. Yes, we'll be going to delimiter and not fixed width delimiter. That's it. Then we take our next, and we said, what is delimiter? The delimiter that separate our text and number. We want space. Currently it's on tab, but we don't want tab, so to remove it. We don't want space can work, but let's look for something. Please, if you look at these numbers or this address, or you will notice that before the state number, only at that point we can see comma. See, only that point we can see comma. The rest, there's no comma in the address. So we can actually work with comma. I will check comma. All right, and you can see a preview of how it looks like, and that is what we are looking for. We want to separate the state and the zip code. So here we have the state and the zip code. So comma works well. If we try space, you can see it's not consistent because some of the address are longer, and semicolon, we don't even have semicolon there. So our tab was the original one which didn't show anything. So comma is the best for us. So we click on next, and that's it. We just click on finish. There is already data here. Do you want to replace it? Let's say okay, maybe we'll find a way to fix it, and that's it. We now have both of them here. So we still carry out the same method. We just split text to column. For this time, if you go to the next, we don't have comma there. We have what? Space. Did you see the preview? So we have space, so we can go next and finish. Okay, and we have it. So what I will do now is that I will just let's just cut it down, Ctrl C, and paste it here, Ctrl V. All right, so Ctrl Shift down, delete, then Ctrl Shift down, Ctrl C, Ctrl V, Ctrl C. I don't want to lose the formatting. Okay, so what I'll do, Ctrl Shift and down, Ctrl C, then when we come to paste, I will use this position and say the paste option, paste, see, formulas, I want to just keep, all right, paste formulas and number. All right, I don't want to change the formatting, that's why. So I can now delete this. All right, so we called here state and here zip code. Okay, so that's it on text. We have more to come on text. All right, still to come on text, but for now let's go to date, working with date when analyzing data. So I told you before that in data analytics, text, number and date are the most data you'll be working with, so you need to know how to manipulate it. So right now I want to move to date. Now for date, I have some simple explanation to show you. Okay, for me to get to this date, very simple. I'll be using the function equal to today, close the bracket. Make sure you close the bracket. All right, so if I hit enter, I will get to this date. Today's date is February 26, 2026. So based on this, now I want to let you know that in Excel, the month come before the day. The default method, the month come before the day, then the year. Assuming I just type 2 forward slash, I'm still referring to February, forward slash 20 forward slash 26. That's still okay. Let me just get to this date again, forward slash 26 forward slash 26 again. It will still give me today's date this time, but I'm following the rule. All right, the month before the day before the year. Now see what will happen. I'm assuming I type the month, sorry, the day before the month. Let's see what will happen. Let me say 31st of December 2025. That's last year. If I hit enter, you can see it doesn't change. It's still at this position. Now I want to tell you something, that anything with value in Excel is aligned to the right. Without value, meaning that it's a text, it is aligned to the left. So at this point now, Excel does not see this as a date. This is a text. This is a mere text. It's not a date. So this one is a date. All right. So how do you know if something is a text or a date? One is that it is aligned to the left. Even though it's date, it is at the left, then it's a text. Another thing is that date has value. All right, date has value. If I type any number now, like 2, this 2 now represents a particular day in Excel. All right, so if I if I want to convert this thing now to Excel date, original date in Excel, I'll just press Control and 1 to format it. All right, so if I format it, I will tell Excel, hey, this is not a general number, it is a date. All right, and I want to say I'll choose the format of date that I want, and I say okay, you see the date that this represents. All right, you've seen the date. So the same in the same vein, if I type 1, all right, and I want to tell Excel that this is not normal 1, it is a date. If I press Control and 1 to format it, then I choose date and I choose this format, and I say okay, you can see that it is a particular day. All right, so what do I want to tell you now? First of all is that date in Excel that is recognized by Excel starts from Sunday, January 1st, 1900. All right, so if I try to type, even though I told you that if I follow the pattern of month, day and year, if I type this year, like let me go a day like a day before this, which is what 31st, I will follow that standard pattern of writing the month first. 31st of December 1899. This is a correct format to write Excel date, but even though I written it this way, if I hit enter, it is not a date in Excel, because Excel date that I started counting begins from what? 1st January 1900. So anything below that will not have a value in Excel. So please take note. All right, so if I type 1, it represents a date. Oh, this is 1, this is 2. So what does that mean? That every number in a cell so have value. So right now, even this today's date has value. All right, so I want to show you what's the value of this date. What's the value of this date? So let's get the value of today's date, of this particular date. So if I press Ctrl C, I've copied this date, but I want to paste. I don't want to paste it. I want to paste that value, the value I'm talking about. So if I press Ctrl Alternate V, that's the paste special. I don't want to paste anything but the value. All right. If I say OK, you will see this is the value of this date in Excel. All right, starting from the year first, or the date 1st January 1900, Excel adds 1 day, each day increased by 1. So today's date like this, it is this value. All right, right now if I type equal to, remember I said equal to today, and it gave me today's date, right? But if I say equal to noun, it will give me both today's date and time, the current time. Let me expand. You see, the time is currently 19, that's 19 minutes after 7. All right, so in the GMT plus 1 time here. So what does that mean? Let's try to get the value this time. I will copy it, Ctrl C, and I want to paste the value, Ctrl Alternate and V. Then I'll select value and I'll say OK. Did you see the value this time is different because time is involved, and it is gradually summing up to 1. This is a decimal place, so before 12 midnight this will sum to 1 and it will be added to this. So tomorrow's date will be 46,080. Yes, 46,080. So let's confirm. So this is tomorrow's date, which is February 27, 2026. And if I convert it to date value, Ctrl C, and I paste Ctrl Alternate and V, value, okay, you can see 1 will be added to it. So what does it tell me? That even 100 years to come has date value in Excel. All right. So just take note of that on how to manipulate date using a date value. Now this date value is very good. It helps us to manipulate date the way we want. Now assuming if I have like 10 persons here with me and I gave them a sheet of paper to write their date of birth for me or today's date, do you know that most people won't use all of them will use the same format of date? Some will write it anyhow they want. Okay, so what I want to do now, let me demonstrate this. I'll just put 1 and I will use a particular format. I'll convert it to date using this format. Then let me type 2. I will convert it to date also using another format like this. Right, you see the format. Then let me type another number and I will convert it to date. Then I will use another format. Which other format are there? Okay, let me use this format and I'll add another day. Let me use another format. So assuming I have these persons that gave me the date, let me use this one with different format of date. How can I make all of them have the same format of date? How can I make all of them have the same format of date? So to make all of them have the same format of date, I will have to convert it to the date value. All right, so you can see this one have different format, different, but I want to make all of them look just one format. So assuming I select all of them as I've done now, Ctrl C, then I'll paste their value, okay. So I've gotten the value for all of them. So right now, all these date, these are their date value. So if I press Ctrl and 1 to format it and tell Excel that this is a date and I want this format, boom, you see all of them will now take the same format. So date values allow us to manipulate date and make it look anyhow we want. I'm sure we understand how to work with Excel date. So there are many things to come in this working with date in Excel. So I'm sure you are learning working with numbers and performing mathematical calculations with number, working with text, manipulating it, and this time working with date. All right, so this is it. Now I have more to come on date, so let's go to the next sheet, how to convert date from text. Now assuming you find yourself in this situation where they just type the month different, the day different, the year different, how do you make all of them become date? In fact, this is very necessary because sometimes date will give you error. So the best thing is to bring it back to this format, then make it to become a date. All right, so assuming you have the month different, the day different, the year different, how do you make it to become a real date, assuming someone did it in this format? Now let this be on your mind that this is the standard format you need to follow: the month, day, comma, a year. If you can bring any of this, add all of it, make or add all of them, manipulate them using your Excel functions and formula to be in this format, even in form of a text, then you can convert it to a date. All right, so let's start. So right now they are all text standing alone, but I want to make it something called a date text. I want to convert it to a date text. Now, following the way we manipulated our text back then in our text combining text strings, so we can also use that knowledge to manipulate this. All right, so I'll start with this. I'll say equal to, I want to combine all these text to make it be in this standard, this format. So I'll say equal to, I want to add this, and if you watch very well, after the month there is a space, so I will be adding it to what? A space inside a quote. All right, so I will add it to what? I will add it to the next number there, which is 1. So I'll add it to this 9, and after that I will add it to comma. To introduce this comma, we'll be using a quote. We'll add it to a quote that is holding the comma, right? Then we'll add it again to a space, and finally we'll add it to the year. If we try to understand this formula here, we set the A2, that's May, and we add it to what? A space, this space here. Then we added it to what? The number, which is B2, that's 9. Then we added it to together with comma. There's no space, so we added to comma. Then we added it to what? The space there. Then back to what? The year. If I hit enter, you can see I've converted this to a text. So we call it a date text. Okay, so you can see how it looks like now, the same format as this. All right, now I will go ahead and flash view for the rest. So we've gotten this date to be in the standard format, but it is still a text, still having these formulas. All right, so right now I want to convert it to a date value. I just finished introducing you to date value, just here now the date values, so we can convert this text now to actual date values. All right, so to convert it to a date value, we bring in the formula called date text, date value. So see what it's asking me. The requirement for this date value is what? Date text. All right, can you see? So it's demanding for a date text, so we just select this, our date text. All right, and we hit enter. It will give us the date value, which is very easy to manipulate to become date, just like we did in previous video. So I'll select this and flash view. So these are all the date value for this date text. All right, so lastly I will just select it. Let me select it, Control Shift and down. Then I will format it by pressing Ctrl 1. All right, so we say it is a date, and this is the format that we want. We want it to be in this format: the month, see here, the month, the comma, then the year. That's the format that I want. So I'll say okay. So that is it. So we've compacted or added all these text to make it a date text. Then from date text, we converted it to a date value. Okay, so you'll be doubting, hey, is this still correct? Even though we are seeing this date value here, we are not seeing the actual date. But let's check. I want to use the if function or if operator to check this date and this date. Which one is earlier or which one is later? All right, like now this is 2018, this is 2019. This one is later. This one is later. This one is earlier. So I just want to use and check if this date can actually see this one as date also. So I will bring it here. I will say, I'll use the if and say if this date, all right, if this date is greater than this date, call it, should it be earlier or later? Okay, let's try it and see. Comma, we want to call it earlier. It's just a matter of switching it earlier. If this date is greater than this date, I think that should be later. That should be later. All right, else you call it comma there, then we put our quote again, we call it earlier, close the bracket and hit enter. So it says earlier, so it's supposed to be later, so I'll just switch it back from here. We'll call here earlier. Why this will become later. Enter. So you can see this one is later, and it will flash view. Oh, so we've encountered an error. All right, we've encountered an error. So that's fine. That's fantastic. So let's see where the error is coming from. Let's see where the error is coming from. Is calling all of them earlier. Now that is it. I've seen where the error is coming from. If you remember, back then when we were working with our math operator, I introduced the concept of what? Anchoring. Yes. Did you see? So you might forget sometime, but try to always look out for where the problem is coming from. Think we're working with date, converting date from text. So all of them is giving us later, because why? Did you see? Let's say G2 is greater than E2, which is this one and this one. But if I go to the one and say G3 is greater than this one, and these places are empty. All right, so we're supposed to anchor this one. All right, so if I go back to the formula, I need to anchor G2. I need to anchor this cell G2 for it not to change. So I'll go back here in front of here. I'll add the dollar sign again, dollar sign, and I'll hit enter. Right now, if we flash view, you can see it is now working well. So this is later, and this is earlier. So anchoring and locking of cell is very important. Don't forget. So that is it on date. Let's see. Still on date again. Still update. I have a couple of files to work on now. For purchase, now see what I want to do. If you go through this file, these are various dates that purchases were made. The various dates that purchases were made. So on this day, on January, this January, these are the various dates that purchases were made. For February, the same thing. For March, the same thing. All right. So right now, we want to extract the month and the year from this date. All right. Extract the month and the day and the year from this date. So sometimes that's the way it works from when analyzing data. So to extract the month from this day, I'll just use the function month. So I'll say equal to month. All right, where is the serial number? This is the number. I'll close it and hit enter. So the month is 1. All right, for the year also, I'll say equal to year. Accept it. Where is the number? This is it. Close the bracket and hit enter. So I can extract the month and the year from a date using this function of what? Month and year. So I'll go ahead and flash fill and also flash fill. All right, now before we continue, I want to show you something. Assuming I have some random text here, like let's say I'll keep it in all caps. Let's say man, boy, girl, woman, and I'll add a couple of other repetition of some, like man again. Let's add boy, and let's add man again. All right, so but we know that all these contain just man, boy, girl, and woman. But right now I want to get only the unique people that are there, the unique sexes or age bracket that they whether man or, but just the unique one. So I just want one man, one boy, one woman, and one girl, but they're mixed up. So I want to remove all the duplicate. That's what I'm trying to do. So I will select all of them and I will go to data. All right, if I go to this part, I'll see remove duplicate. So if I click on it, and my column where I'm selecting, it does not have column. It's not column. Okay, it doesn't have header. My data has header. It doesn't have header, and the column is column F. So that's fine. It's good like this. When it have header, you check this place. Maybe if I was working with this data here, this column here, I would have checked this spot. But now it's just column F. So I'll say okay. And you see 4 duplicate values found and removed. 4 unique values remain. So this is how to remove duplicate from your data. If I do that here now, you see it remove and you'll be left with only the unique numbers or year here. So that's why if I go to this purchases too, you'll see that I've gotten just the unique month and the unique year. All right, unique month and unique year. So assuming I want to find the month and the year with the highest purchases, we've already done this before using the count if, but this time I want to show you that you can work with 2 different sheets together. You can work with 2 different sheets. All right, so I want to count how many times one appeared as for January, how many times 2 appeared as for February, and the same thing for the year. So now let's go. We want to find the month and the year with the highest purchases. So to do that, we'll start here. We want to count if, the same count if, but this time I'm working with 2 sheets. So I'll say equal to count if. Let me go for count if. Where is the range? The range is not here, it's in another sheet. All right, so I will switch to the other sheet. Let's see, we are working with what? The month. Okay, I'll switch to this other sheet and I'll click on the beginning, Control Shift and down. All right, we anchor it. We don't want it to change, so we need to anchor it by pressing FN F4. Please watch this portion. Watch what's contained on the formula here. It says purchases exclamation, then the anchoring for this. So by the time I switch back here, you can see it's the anchor is gone, but I still need to anchor it. Let's still anchor it. Function F4 for this one also. Sometimes you can do it. You have to do it manually if it refuses. I've anchored it, but it's still saying purchases 2, but it's supposed to be purchase 1. Okay, let's go back. Let's start all over so I can see the mistake. So I'll press escape. Let's start all over. I'll say equal to count if. Where is the range? We switch to purchases. All right, let's go back top top, month, Control Shift and down. Then we anchor it. So where we made mistake before was that we didn't switch to the criteria, so we just need to press comma so that it switches to the what criteria. Then when we return to purchase, so we return to this one, it will still be like that. Yes. So where is the criteria? We want to take one. So one is at C2, I think. Yeah. So if I click on C, at this point it's on C4, which is number 3. I'll go to number 1, okay, that's number 2, then number 1. So that's the spot I want. That's my criteria. That's the place where 1 is written, which is what, C2. So close the bracket and hit enter. So we see the month January purchases that were made is 142. So I can flash fill also right now. Right, so don't worry if you don't understand it. We're going to repeat it for the year and you understand it right now. Please take note where the criteria we are working with appears. This is H2 in case our formula covers it. All right, so but this is what we want our answer to be, and we are looking for the count if of the range. Where does the years appear? So it's on purchases. So we scroll back to the top. We start from the beginning, Control Shift and down. Then we anchor it, function F4, then comma. Then where is our criteria? We switch back to this other file and we type what, H2. Since it covers it, we can just type H2, close the bracket and we hit enter, and that is it. And we can flash fill for the rest of the year. That's it. So this is how you work with month and year. And finally, let's go. This one was for months and year. What about day? All right, because when analyzing, you analyze for both the year, the month, and the day, like the days of the week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. But right now, we have a task, and the task is that we need to extract the day from this one, just like we did for the year and the month. We need to extract it. And someone will be saying, why didn't we use January, February, March, April, May? Don't worry, I'll show you how to do that right now. So if we go back to day of the week purchase, so what I want to do now is that I want to extract the week number. There's no way we can just extract Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday for now, but due to the version of Excel I'm using, but I'll use this method of week number. All right, so let's go. Equal to, we say week number. Is it week number? No, that's week number is for the week number in the year. That's week 1 till 52. But the weekday is the one we are looking for. Weekday. So we say weekday. We accept it. Where is the number? This is serial number here, and we'll just close it. Don't worry, just close the bracket and you hit enter. So let's flash fill for the rest. You can see it's no more than 7. That's Monday or Sunday to Saturday or Sunday, according to your own description. But right now, I want to make it to become the day of the week: January, February, March, or Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. If it's for the week or for the month, you can do it the way I'm saying it. But just watch this this format type that I've displayed here. If I want to make it January 1st like this, any of this format, then just follow this step. So we bring out the what text. All right, text. Then where is the value? The value is our number here. The value is our number. Remember, we are trying to extract the days of the week: Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So this is the pattern we follow for now. So where is the value? This is the value. We click on it and we put comma. Now they said format of text. The format text. So these are the various format. So for this, first of all, we extracted the week number. So we are working with the week, the weekday. So these are all the various formats we can use. If you want it to look in any of this way. So if I want it to be Thursday with this pattern, so I'll put D into 4 place inside a quote. So 1 2 no small letters 1 2 3 4. All right, close it and hit enter. So we see we have Sunday. All right, so if I flash fill it, this is what I'll have. So assuming I want another format of just 3 letters, then I'll just remove one of the D and hit enter, and that's it. Flash fill it, and we have that. Okay, so depending any format you want to use, then that's fine. So the same process again, assuming we want to analyze for days of the week. So this is the format we've already chosen here, so I have to go back and correct it to use that format. So we'll just use this, hit enter, then we flash fill it. This is the format we have chosen, like this. So we want to count it based on these the days based on this data that is here, which one. So assuming this is a mixture of sales for various days, Monday to Sunday, across the years, I want to find out which day do people order the bills based on maybe that particular organization or that particular product or anything at all, but based on the days of the week. All right, that's where we're analyzing or bringing this subject from. Assuming you want to analyze it based on week, we've done for month, we've done for year, so for week. Now let's go. So we'll use the same method of what? The count if. We count if. All right, you can double click from this part. That's another method again. And where is the range? The range is in this other worksheet. So we click on this part, Control Shift and down. Then we anchor it, function F4, function F4, comma. So where is our criteria? We switch back to the sheet, and you can see it's supposed to be okay. Let's go for this Wednesday. Okay, so we can see it now. It is Monday. All right, so we close the bracket and hit enter. So we flash fill for the rest. This is where dragging is handy. You don't need to double click. So this is it. I can see that Tuesday has the highest purchase. All right, guys, so we'll be going into VLOOKUP now. So basically VLOOKUP, it's used to return the corresponding values for a keyword. VLOOKUP, which basically means vertical lookup, as I said now, it is used to return the corresponding value in from a data set. Like now, if I search for this keyword here from this data set, VLOOKUP can return the corresponding value for the campaign or sales or ad cost for me, instead of me manually searching for this keyword and writing down the corresponding values. I can use VLOOKUP to bring out the corresponding values. You might say, hey, are they not the same thing? Like in the sense that I might have diaper bag and I can have something like diaper bags, like some little variation. But VLOOKUP can help me to get the exact word. All right, so let's start. I'll say equal to, that's where I want my answer to be. So I'll click on that spot and I bring up VLOOKUP, and the first attribute of the formula is lookup value. The lookup value refers to what we want to search for or look up for, which is this fashion men clothing keyword. All right, then I'll press comma to go to the next attribute, which is table array. So table array is basically our data set, this table you see here. So what I will do is I'll click here and select the whole table by pressing Ctrl Shift right and down. And for us to be able to work well with this table, we have to anchor it, like lock the table. So I'm going to press function F4, function F4. Any of them can work depending on your keyboard. If it doesn't work, then you might have to manually type this on the text there on the table array range. So I've gotten my table array. The next thing, I'll press comma to go to the next attribute, which is call index number. That refers to the column index number. What it means is that this particular column called campaign, what is the number, which position, or where is it located in this other table here? And the way we do it is that we count from 1, like this is column 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So campaign is column 2. So all I have to do is just type 2, which refers to the campaign column, and I'll press comma to go to the next column. And the last option there says range lookup. The range lookup can either be true or false. So for false means that you need exact match. You need exactly where it is written fashion men clothes. All right. But if you say approximate match, that means that maybe if you get fashion men clothes like without the es, it can return that value for you. So we want exact match. We want our exact match. So what I want to do now is that I can type false here. I can type false, and I want to let you know also that if you don't want to type true or false, you can type 1 or 0. 1 representing true, while 0 represents false. So if I type for now, I'll just type false. All right, and close the bracket and hit enter. So that tells me that fashion men clothes belongs to designer. All right, so since I've already locked this table and my formula is well written, I can flash fill for the rest of this keyword, and I've returned the corresponding campaign. So right now, let's try for the next column, which is sales equal to VLOOKUP of what? Our keyword again is the fashion men clothes, and comma for the next is our table array. But wait, I want to show you how to I don't want to start every time to start selecting this table, always select the table. I just want to find a better way of doing it. So this is how we do it. Let me cancel this VLOOKUP function by pressing escape. And what I'll do now is that I'll just select this table, the whole of the table, and in the cell reference number here now, I will type let me call it data set. So anytime I want to select the whole of this table, I don't need to come back and select it. I'll just type what? Data set, and it refers to this table. So let's see how it works. So equal to VLOOKUP of what? This value here. And instead of me selecting this table array, I'll just type data set. You can see it there. I have data set, so I'll just accept it. You can see it represents this our table. Then comma, column index number for sales is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. So I'll type 7 comma, and again this time I don't want to type false. I will use 0. 1 represents true, 0 represents false. So I'll type 0, close the bracket and hit enter. That's it. So I can still flash fill for these other ones. All right, so where we see dash means that there is no value for that. You can see it here. There's no value for the ad sales here. Some of the spots here, there's no value. So that's why we have this dash here. Right now, let's repeat for the last option, which is ad cost. So we are looking for the fashion men clothing in the data set, and we want column 8. This one is column 8, so I will type 8 comma then 0 for exact match. I'll hit enter, and that is it. So this makes it faster and even better. So I'll just flash fill, and that's it. I can always get anything in a very large table, no matter how large, using VLOOKUP. So there's HLOOKUP also, but that should come in other classes in our Excel series. So now we'll be going into pivot table. So pivot table is used for analyzing data. So you can quickly and easily summarize your data in Excel using pivot table. Instead of using formulas and function, you can actually analyze your data with the drag and drop interactive platform on Excel using a pivot table. So firstly, before we go into pivot table, I want to show you table. I want to show you table. So to insert a table is basically used for filtering. So when it comes to filtering, then just use table. To insert a table, I will go to insert. Then before we talk about the pivot table, I want to show you table. So if I click on table, then you can see it has detected my table range, and I can click on OK. Take note of this, my table has headers. So right now I'll click on OK, and it has converted it to a table, and we can see a new ribbon here now that says table tools. And table can do a lot of filtering. When it comes to filtering data, just think about tables. So right now I can actually filter this data to a particular car make, like let's go for Toyota. So if I click on this drop down here, I can just search for a particular one that I want. Like, okay, first of all, let me on select all. Then I can go to any particular make that I want, like Honda now. If I check Honda, let me check Mercedes Benz, and okay. So everything you see now in this data set is basically about this particular make of Mercedes Benz and Honda. And I can also filter to a particular model and body style. So if I go to body style and I choose, let's choose I'm looking for pickup, yep. So let me unselect all, and under Honda and Mercedes Benz, I want to see all the pickup and van, okay, under this particular make. So I filter down to this particular make of pickup and van for Honda and Mercedes Benz. I can cancel or remove the filtering by just clicking on the drop down, and basically you could see this funnel sign there, icon, that you can easily note that it has filters there. So if I go to the drop down, I can clear filter from make. All right, so when you think of filtering data, then just think of tables. All right, so I can also cancel this filter here. So right now, let me convert it back to range. Convert it back to range to take it back to our normal range of data. I don't want to go deep into this table. That's not what we're here for. We're for pivot table. Pivot table is better option than table. So I'll click on convert to range. And do you want to convert table to normal range? I'll say yes. So basically, I want to tell you that when you convert your data from table to range and back to range, then this design that was added to it as a result of table will remain. So if you want, you can just cancel the or clear the formatting. Clear format. When you select everything, then you clear the format. All right, so but if you don't want, you can just leave it. So right now, let's go to the main thing, which is pivot table. So to insert pivot table, the same process. You go to insert, you click on pivot table, and it has also detected our table range. All right, table or range, which you can see here. And this is the first option. So the next option is choose where you want the pivot table report to be placed. And right now, I want to show you there are two options. I want to show you how the both work. So the first one says new worksheet, while the second one is existing worksheet. So for existing worksheet, I want to drop the pivot table on this particular empty sheet that I've created and named it pivot table. And so first of all, let's try the new worksheet. So I'll just go ahead and click on OK, and you'll notice a new worksheet has been created for us here, and we have the pivot table one. I'll go back to my data set again, and I can create another pivot table. When I go to insert pivot table, then I can choose existing worksheet, And for that existing worksheet, I need to choose a cell reference that I want that pivot table to be on. So I would, if you can see this spot here, I will click on it and it will give me option to go and choose that particular cell that I want the pivot table to be placed. So you have the opportunity now to click on any sheet you want, like this pivot table, and you can click on any cell, and that is it. It has captured that cell reference B2, and I will go back inside and I will say okay. All right, so that is how to create pivot table on a new worksheet or an existing worksheet. But for now, I'll just delete this all. I'll delete it. Let me close this. I'll delete this worksheet. Delete, and I'll also delete this pivot table. Maybe you can delete it if you want, but you can just follow me. Delete. Yes. So let me create another worksheet. Worksheet, new worksheet. Okay, let me just click on the plus icon here, and I'll call it pivot table again. All right, so why am I doing this? I wanted to prepare this data before we can continue with our pivot table. If you watch, I have this data set here, and we about website visitors for this car data set, and then we have this column here called DMA code. So if you follow this other sheet here to this other sheet, you see the code. So each of these code here represents a location. All right, so I want to bring up all this location to this data set here. So I'll be using the pivot table to look up this code and bring up the location to our main data here. All right, we just finished pivot table, lookup table. So we want to use it to bring up these values back to this data set. So what I will do is that I will create a column, a new column, and let me call it location. And again, I want to use VLOOKUP to look up all this value. You can see the code here, and you can see the same code here. So we want to look them up. So I'll say equal to VLOOKUP. So we want to look up for this value, this 504, for example, comma, in this table here, the DMA code. And the column index number is column number 2, and we want false march, and we can see that we are getting an error. If I fill it, we have error. So what is the error coming up from? So if you look here again, you notice that these numbers are aligned to the right. All right, means that they are actual numbers with value. But if we go back to this DMA code, you will notice that they are outlined to the left, which tells you that they are text. Anything that is outlined to the left is a text. All right, so in this case now, I want to convert this. You know that they are not numbers, they are just code for location. So they are not numbers, they are text. So I want to convert this other one here to text so that it can match text for text, not number and text. So let me select this. Sorry, I'll go down, Control Shift down, and I want to delete all. All right. So what I'll be doing this time is that, okay, to make it easier for us, see what you do. Let's call this data our DMA code. So I'll just select everything, Control Shift right up down. I want to call it DMA code so that I can easily reference it. All right. So when I mention DMA code, I'm referring to the whole of this data set, and we are interested in the column 2. So I'll go back now, and I'll say equal to VLOOKUP of, so we want these numbers to become text. So I'll bring up the text function, and what is the value I want to convert to text? This is the value. All right, in which format? There are three numbers, so I just want three numbers. One, two, sorry, 1, 2, 3, and I've converted these numbers to what? To text, using this function of text. So it has already gotten our lookup value, which is this number that we converted to text. I'll press comma. So what is our table array? Our table array is this DMA code that we've already called DMA code previously. So I'll just type DMA code, see it here. I will accept it using the tab key, and our column index number is number 2 with false match, and I will hit enter, and that is it. So flash fill for the rest. All right, so that's it. We've gotten our DMA code, and in my previous class I've told you before that to stay safe when you flash fill, it's best we paste the value, we copy and paste the value. No need for me, I don't like leaving this in to depend on this function. So what I usually do is I'll select all the text by saying Control Shift and down. So I will copy it, Control C, then I will paste special by pressing Control Alternate and V. So what do I want to paste? I want to paste the values, because you can see each of these text now is the formula that is showing, but I don't want that. I want the actual value to show on the formula bar. So I'll change it to values and OK, and that is it. You can see now we have the actual values on the formula bar. All right, so we can let go this particular sheet now. All right, so our data is ready now for pivot table. Let me move this one here. Is ready for pivot table. So I want to drop the pivot table here. So previously I showed you how to create pivot table on a new worksheet or an existing worksheet. So this time I will use existing worksheet and select that point. Okay, so I'll go to insert pivot table, existing worksheet. I will click on this spot and I will choose a location, pivot table. I want the pivot table to be here. Go back and say OK, and that is it. Our number dot pivot table. So welcome to pivot table, used for analyzing data in Excel. All right, so quickly let me show you around these table. So we have these fields here, the pivot table fields, and I want to show you this 14. I want to demonstrate how to work so that you can easily understand how to work with pivot table. Anytime you look and you can find this pivot table field, then when you come to this new ribbon that is added as a result of the pivot table, just go to show, the show section here, and click on field list. All right, so you can see if I click on it, it will come back. If I click on it, it should go. So that is how to bring up that pivot table field. All right, remove it or put it. That's the first thing. The next thing is that I want to show you how the pivot table work, and also again the design. I can change the setting, sorry, to change the setting. Field section and area section side by side. I like this one, but some people like field section and area section stacked like this. But I prefer the other one. I prefer this one. All right, so now let me show you how pivot table work. You can see that it has summarized or brought the headers of our data here. The headers, where's my website data? That's it here. all these different headers of date, state, location. You can see all of them here on our pivot table. So right now we know what is the make of the car. The make of the car. Please remember that this is a car's data set for sales of car in different location. You have to make sure you understand the data on a particular date from a particular state with this DMA code for this location. When a visitor visited, how many visitors? 7 visitors that visited for this particular car make, model, and body style. Out of these 7 visitors, this is the revenue that was generated. So we need to understand the data, right? Now we'll go back to our pivot table. If I drag the make, it's movable. See, I can drag it to any of these fields here. Let me drop it on rows. You see what happened? It brings up all the unique fields in that column, the unique values in that column, or text, unique text in that column, and drop it as row one by one. All right. If I drag it, I can, okay, as I've dropped it down, I can, you can see what happened. Anytime your pivot table goes off, click on this spot here and it will bring it up back. All right. Now I drag this make to the row. I can actually check it to uncheck it to remove it, or check and it will be added there. So, but I prefer you drag it to where you want. I prefer you drag it. All right. That tells me that you know what you're actually doing, and I can drag it out. All right. Drag it in. You drag it out. All right. You can see the X symbol there. The point, irrespective of the Excel version you are using, it works fine. All right. So this time, let me drop it on column. You can see the same thing, but this time it spread every unique text or car make on the column. So irrespective of the one you want, you can use it. So make on rows and column, but I prefer, especially for categorical data like text, to be on the rows. Okay, so I can drag this make to rows or column. All right, but if I want to work with actual values, numbers, then I'll be dropping them on the values. All right, so apart from dropping numbers on the values, you can also drop the make also in the values. Now see what happens if I drop it on values. Is what happened. It gives me the count, how many times someone visited for what Acura. So that is the count. It counts it. All right, it counts. You can see Toyota has the highest from the ones I can view here now. It has the highest count. Can you see this one? Very expensive car, just 2 visitors. All right, so if we put a text field on the values, it will give us the count. It will give us the count. All right, so let me remove it for now. So what about we've put a numerical value, like let's say revenue from the make. I'll drop revenues here, and we can see the revenues for the various make, the revenue, sum of revenue for this makes. All right, so this is how you use the row, column, and values. So this row and make, now if I put it on column, you can see it the other way around. All right, so I prefer it to be on the row. Okay, so how can we work with filter? I can decide to put this state on the filter and see where it has added the filter to. So right now, this is the sum of revenue for the various make across all state. All right, across all state. You can see the states on filter, but right now I can click on this drop down and select any state that I want. Right now it's on all, but I'll say select multiple items, so I can check this one and it will give me the option to select individual state or multiple option. I can uncheck all. Then let me go to, I'm looking for NY, so I will check New York, that's NY, and okay. And this is only for New York. I've filtered it to only what? New York, the NY. So you can see now it has this icon of funnel, means I've filtered it to only New York. That is how to use all these various fields: the filter, the rows, the column, and the values. Okay, so now let's take another step. Let's take another step. And let me remove this filter for now. I'll remove the filter. Okay, now see what I want to do. I want to drag the body style to column, and you can see it has added the body style as column. Let me go this way. Sorry. Okay, I can go this way to see all the body style. The body style. So anywhere that is empty means that this particular make of car don't have minivan as body style. You can see some places are empty, some places are empty. But let me see if we go to okay. Let's see. I was thinking if we try to check for make like Toyota, you can see they have almost all the whole body style. I trust those people, except this one. They don't have van. Wow. Okay, maybe because of the data set. But this is how you can, analyze your data. You can easily see the answers to what you are looking for when you manipulate and drag these fields to the various options the way you want. Okay, so that is how to work with filter, the row, the body style, the columns, and the values. All right, so but I want to tell you some little things you need to know. Let me remove the column and let's just have this. All right, now I want to tell you that I can drag this make now again to the rows. No, sorry, I mean the revenue. I can drag it to the values again. I will have the same thing, sum of revenue too. But what am I planning to do with this? All right, so the first one is sum of revenue, and the second one sum of revenue too. I want to tell you that if you click on this icon of the drop down here and go to what value field setting, you will see that we have this aggregate functions here: the sum, the count, the average. So I can easily change this one to let's say average revenue. If I say okay, you can see that section or this column have changed to what average revenue. But I want to show you a better method of doing that. Instead of coming to this spot every time you click on value field setting and you choose, let's say I want to go for count. Okay, instead of doing that every time, what you can actually do is just come to this spot here and double click. You see, you get that same option again. All right, so see what I want to do. I will drag revenue again. I will drag revenue again, so I have revenue up to four. All right, so the first one, if I double click there, I want to take the sum. Okay, I want to take double click. I want to take the average. I'll come here again, double click. I want to take the max. Come here again, double click. I want to take the mean. And there are many other functions you can take. All right, but let's stick to this mean. Okay, so this is revenue. Let me call it let's just go for total revenue. Okay, I've renamed it to total revenue. So here also, if I double click, I can rename it to what? Average revenue. Also here, max revenue. Let me leave it as max revenue. And here, double click, mean revenue. All right, so that is how you can get different options from the same field. All right, I just drag the revenue there up to 4 times, and I change their function, the aggregate function, to the various ones like the sum, the average, the max, and the mean from the same make. All right, so hope you got that. Now I want to go further again to show you how to sort. Let me just remove. I have only one, right? So let me show you how to sort. You can see right now, um, at, or by default, they are sorted alphabetically based on the categorical column, right? You can see Acura A, B, C, D. It's already sorted, but it's based on the text, all right? But I want to sort it based on this total revenue. So to do that, you click on this arrow, all right? Then you go to what? More sort option, but you can see it's already sorted A to Z. If I want to switch it to Z to A, you can see it's now Z to A. All right, but I'm not interested in A to Z or Z to A. I want to sort it based on total revenue. Click on this part here, more sort option. That's what you go for. Click on it. Now you try to understand this dialog box here. So we want to sort it, sort option. Manually, you can drag item to rearrange them. No, we don't want that. We want descending, all right, from the highest to the lowest. So we don't want ascending. We don't want ascending. We want descending. Let it be from the highest to the lowest. Okay, so descending by what? Is it by the make? No, not the make. We want by what? Total revenue. So we switch it from the make to total revenue, and okay, that is it. We've got it all sorted, all right, based on the total revenue. So you can always sort it for this or for this. Either way, you click on this part, you choose here or more sort option. This is how to sort your table, your pivot table. Okay, and right now let's take a step further again. Let's take a step further, and I want to, this time I will drag the date, drag the date to column, drag the date to column. You can see that it has brought up the month for us: January, February, March, up to September. I think that's the date, the range of date available in that data. So from January to September, that's the range of dates that are available. And but maybe I can actually group this, or manipulate it how I want. Please, if you notice on this part here now, there's a plus sign there now. It's showing, I think that should have the various day in that month. You can see it from January 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. All right, so sometimes it might not be like this. You are the one that will have to do what? Group it. So right now, see what I want to do. I will right click, and let me say group. Did you see? I clicked on group, and it's giving me option. I can start from a particular date to a date, to an ending, a starting date to an end date. But I don't want, because currently it's on what? Days and month. Where you expand it by clicking on this plus sign there, you can see the days. That's why the days and month are highlighted in blue colors. Our data don't contain seconds, minutes, or hours, so that won't work. But I want to group it based on month and quarter. So I've clicked on this, click on this based on month and quarter. Our data contains only 1 year. It's not even up to a year, a complete year. So, but I want to group it based on month and quarter. So I can click on OK, and we can get this, that we have the first quarter, second, and third. All right. So this is how to actually group. This is how to group it: first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, and I can just expand it to find out anything that I want based on that. All right, so that is how to group. That's how to group, and see what I want to do this time. Let me remove this date. Let's remove the date. Remove. Now, see again. I want to take this, let's say, body style and put. You can see this line now, but I want to put it above it. So I'm putting it above the make. You can see what happens now. That the various body style have the different car make. So this particular body style called chassis has all these make. This one. So let me just right click here and I'll say collapse or collapse entire field. You can see. So the body style is on top. So these are the various body style, and the make are under. Do you see? So if I click on this, I can see all the various make with this body style. All right. So what I'm going to do right now, okay, is that I can switch this. I can switch it. I can drag this body style down to be under make, that is it. So you can see for this particular make or font, they have all these body styles. I hope you're getting something from this. All right, so they have all this body style. They have all these body styles, so you can always manipulate it the way you want. All right. Remember again, if I drag my date, I can put date in column, and 1 month and quarter, and I can still see the everything flowing very well. All right. But let me remove this date again. Let me remove the date, and I want to remove the make. Okay, let me remove the make. All right. So the way we grouped our column, we can also group these rows. Like now, if I want to group that, let's say I want to group this wagon, I'll click on this. I've selected the wagon. I will hold Control. I'll click on, let's say, pick up, and which one are we going to use again? Let's use minivan. Okay, let's go for van, minivan, and pickup. So right now I held Control while selecting them. That's why I was able to select 3 of them. So if I right click and say group, right, you can see what have happened. I have this new group now called group 1, and I can open it or expand it to see what makes up this group. So this is how you can actually group your data here. You can group some, maybe based on what you think you want. All right. And I can even rename it. I should be able to rename it. Yeah, let's go back. I want to rename it. Okay, I think I should be able to do it here. Let's call it are we going to call it? Okay, let me just call it another name, like what are we going to call it? Let's just call it van only. Van. All right. So let me just call it van. Enter. So you see, so we can rename it that this is van. Just group them, and also I can ungroup it if I don't want them again by right clicking, and we say ungroup, and it's back to normal. All right, so there are a lot of things we can do with pivot table. So right now I want to tell you that you can create multiple pivot table in the same worksheet. All right, like I'm using this pivot table now. So let's assume I have this. I want to create another pivot table, maybe side by side, by this side, maybe this spot. I can go back to my data set again. There are many methods to do it, but let me just use the quick method, and we just click and say insert pivot table, and we say existing worksheet, where we go to the pivot table and click on the cell. That's the spot we want. I'll say okay, and we have a new pivot table there. All right, so this time we've done that, but I want to remind you that if you drag maybe make to rows and you drag it again to values, you get the count. You get the count, and then we remove the make. But if I drag make to okay, rows, okay, let me drag it only here. All right, see, I dragged the make to values and it counted all of them as one and just gave me. All right, so I'm trying to tell you now that you can create multiple pivot tables side by side. Maybe you analyze for maybe the body style, here will be for the make, here will be for the month. You create as much as you want, many pivot table. That's it. So right now, let's take one more step further. Let's take a step further on our pivot table. So what I want to do now is that, okay, I'll still use the body style. Let me use the body style. Remove this make for now. Uncheck it. I'll drag body style to this part. Sorry, I mean the role. And I want to take, let's say, visitors. All right. Now, see what I'll do. I'll drag these visitors again the way we did it before. I'll just drag it, drag it, drag it. So, what I want to do right now is that you can see we have the same stuff. I've showed you how this works. If I double click on this part, I can change it to any other aggregate function that I want. But this time, I said I want to take it further and show you where you can actually get more advanced insight than the normal one, which is this. All right, so this time I want to go to show value as. That's what I'm looking for. Show value as. All right, show value as. So if I click on this board, I can see show value as. So I will go to the drop down, no calculation. I will select, go to the drop down, and this time let me go for percentage of grand total. Yes, if I click on it and okay, I can see these visitors now, the total visitors, which is this, and how each of these body style perform to the total percentage of the body style. So I can see that SUV is the body style that is dragging traffic the most. Like majority of the visitors are going for what? SUV cars, followed by what? Sedan. All right, you can see. So some of these unknown body style, they are the worst, and chassis. All right, so that's one of it. Now let's go for another one. The same method. I will double click here, and this time let's go for I'll go for let's go for rank. I want to rank it. Yes, let me go for rank smallest to largest, rank largest to smallest. All right, so let's go for any of them. Body style. Okay, we can see. So number one is SUV, the XUV cars. All right, SUV cars. Let's go one more step. So you can see the number 10 is the chassis. 11 goes to the unknown body style. And again, let me go for the show value as. This time, let's see. Let's go. Let's go with running total. No. I'm looking for. Okay, let me see. Parent column total. Okay, see what I'll do now. I'm looking for something that I can use to demonstrate the previous from. So I think the date should be the best option. But I hope you got insight from this one. But what I'm going to do now is that let me just remove this body style. Body style. I want to remove it, and I will go for. Sorry, I want to go for date. Let me go for date. And on the date, I want to take the month. The month. The month. I want to take the month. Oh, how will I get the month down? The month, the month, the month. Okay, let me double click here. I want to get each of the month. Okay. Okay, let me drop the visitors. Drop visitors here. What's missing? What's missing? Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Okay, as I said, to demonstrate this, let me just drag the date to rows. Okay, I don't want the quarter. Okay, and I will drag the visitors to values. All right. So see what I want to demonstrate this time. I want to go to this part again, show value as, and for this, because this is a time, times data that has to do with time, I want to go for difference from previous. Where is it? Looking for it. Difference from, okay, yes, I've seen it. So I'll go for difference from previous. Maybe let's use percentage. I'll say percentage difference from previous. So we'll go for January. Okay, so of course we are starting a new year. This is January. We're not comparing it with any year, but percentage difference from for February, percentage difference from January, we have nothing, but for this we have 793 percentage increase from January. All right, then in March it reduced again. So see what, let's drop that visitors again, drop it here. You see, so January visitors is this, and in February it increased up to 793%. Then in March it dropped again. So this is basically, I love this percentage difference from previous. Okay, let's drag it again. I'll drag visitors again. I want to go for just without a percentage. I'll go for difference from previous, difference from January, and okay, I want to go for different from previous. Okay, so this is the difference from previous, like the difference between the percentage of February to January. All right, so that's it, that's just it. Like now, the difference between these 2 years, what is the one with the highest again? I'm looking for the one with the highest again in July. So in July the visitors increased, but in August it decreased again. You can see the difference. You can see the difference. So I like using this inside a lot. Percentage different from a particular month, like in this case from January, then this one from the previous month, so this show value as, it's another way to find out insight, a good insight about your data. And right now, lastly, I want to show you this particular, let's remove this one. I want to show you slicer. So in our pivot table, we have this option here called slicer. I can easily create a slicer for, let's say, the body style. All right, this is body style. And right now, this slicer can respond to this particular pivot table. Like now, if I want to see how the body style of pickup performed, you can see everything here is about pickup. If I want for more than one option, I will hold Control and press this and this. So this for this tree, 1, 2, 3. All right, but I would like this slicer to also be connected to this pivot table. So to do that, let me just clear the filter first. To do that, I will go to report connection, and you can see that it is currently connected to only this pivot table number 4. So if I check this number 3 right now and say okay, it will now be connected to this two pivot table. So pickup, you can see pickup, and convertible, you can see convertible. If I select many option, you can see. All right, so this is how we can go on pivot table. All right, this is how we can go on pivot table. But lastly, before I go on or stop or move to the next session, I want to tell you that you can easily create visualizations from pivot table. All right, you can easily create visualization like using this tool here. Just click on let me choose this, and I've choose this chart, pivot table, and I will go to pivot chart, and I can easily create visualization from this data here, from this pivot table data. And I can choose, let's say, line chart, and okay, that is it. I just created a chart from this pivot table. I can see that the visitors was gradually small, but in the month between June, July, August, there was a boom. Like the visitors increased a lot. All right. So this is how you can easily use pivot table to analyze data, to find and answer question inside your data. All right. So let's go to Power Query now. Now, Power Query, should I say, is a hidden tool in Excel. If you don't actually understand how Excel works, you might not see Power Query written anywhere in Excel. You will not see it anywhere. So it's a secret tool for me. I call it a secret tool. And right now, I want to tell you that you can actually clean your data. What I mean by clean data is that you can actually transform it from how it looks like to another form. Like let's say you want to move it from lowercase to uppercase, you want to split the text, you want to mesh the cell, or anything at all you want to do. So you can easily do that with Power Query instead of using formulas and function. And where can you find Power Query in Excel? Where can you find Power Query in Excel? So assuming now I want to quickly transform this data now. I want to quickly transform this data and I want to move it to Power Query. Where can I find Power Query in Excel? All right. So to transform this data now using Power Query, I will go to the data ribbon here, and I'll say you see this section that says get and transform. So I want to use from table. Some will say from table slash range. So this is the option you should be looking for. So I will click on this option. So meanwhile, I want to tell you that Power Query is another tool outside of Excel. So most of the time it will take us to another platform. And this is not the data actually one. You can see just selecting this part here, but let me do that again. I'll just say cancel. Let me click on the first cell. All right. So I will go back from table slash range. Let's see. Let me cancel it again. I will enlarge this. You can see that it's just this first column that has that data. All right. Now let's go again from table, and this is what I want. I want you to encircle the whole data for me, and my data don't have header. I'll just go, and that's it. It will be taking me now to what Power Query. So just give it a little time to load. So the Power Query editor is coming up. So that is it. Table 2, want to use Power Query editor and transform our data. All right, so welcome to Power Query. This is Power Query. You use Power Query to clean and transform your data. You can get data from an external source or from your Excel sheet and bring them to this platform. All right, so quickly let me show you around Power Query. All right, so this is the data we just uploaded to Power Query, and if we have more data, if the data was very large, it will occupy the whole of this space that you see. And first I want to tell you that anything that you do in Power Query, since there's nothing like undo here, anything you do, all the step you are going to be taking, they are all written down for you here on the applied step, so you can easily cancel it. You can cancel it if you don't want. And the table we uploaded is table 2. I can rename it if I want to any other name. I can call it data. All right, I can call it data, and I've renamed that table. All right, the same thing here. I can rename it from here. The same thing. I've renamed it to data. All right, then this is our home, transform, add column and view that contains all the various tools that you're going to be using to transform our data. All right, so I won't be explaining all these things, but I'll be creating video for Power Query separately. So make sure to follow this channel, because I will showing you, I'll create a very large video that will teach you everything you need to know to get started or clean data using Excel Power Query. I'll be creating a very strong video for that, but for now let's focus and quickly clean our data using the Power Query. So I want to tell you some basic things that if you watch well here, if what you are going to be doing has to do with the column or the text or with number or with date, there are different options here to guide you. All right, like here it says reduce row. Like if I want to delete a row, here also column, choose column. If I want to manage my column, if I want to delete this column, this is what I'll come to. If I want to sort it, if I want to transform it, see, you want to combine, as maybe I have one or two tables, I want to combine it. We have them all in the home and transform. Some of these things are still here again, like this transform. You still see them here, the same option, but this time it is well written. Like now I want to transform text, I want to work with number, I want to do anything with number. Here for date and time, for structured column, for any column, for many other things. But right now, if you look at this, our data, let's work with our data for now. Let's work with our data. If you look at this data, the name are combined with the address and the city, the gender, the age. So we want to transform it. Let them all be in their various columns. Now, I need to tell you something about these two columns. Still the same thing. From we have text here. If you go to add column, we have almost the same thing. But I want to tell you that if you use this column, this particular section here, to carry out any task, a new column will be added to your data set. While if you use this transform, it will transform the whole of your data set to just that text, what you've defined. All right, example, let's say I want to extract the first let's say 10 characters. So I'll say extract first 10 characters. Okay, do you see? Every other thing is gone. I've extracted only 10 characters, so every other thing is gone. That's how transform work. All right, that's how transform work. But if I'm going to use add column, let me cancel that step for now. Cancel the step. But if I use add column and I want to extract the first 10 character, right? This time the first 10 character again. The same thing I did using transform. You can see the first 10 characters have been extracted, but they were placed in a different column. All right, so that's the major thing or difference you need to know about the add column and transform. All right, so let me cancel that step. Or with time we'll see how this view work, but for now I want to focus on quickly clean this data. Now I want to tell you that when cleaning data, you should look out for consistency among the data. All right, like now this name here, or I don't need it. All right, and they are all consistent along all the rows. So I can easily remove this name. I can easily do that. Okay, so how do I do that? I'll just say I can use many methods, maybe from the space, from the number of characters, many things. But I don't want to transform. Okay, let's transform it. Let's transform it. So I will say split column. Let's see, split column by, let's use, if we say delimiter, and I want to use space. So what is delimiter? Delimiter are all these characters like dot, comma, space, tab. So they are all delimiters. So I want to use space. So if we choose space, split add, leftmost, rightmost. So what is telling us that where do we split the space at? Is it from the right or from the left or from every space? I want left. So I will go for leftmost. And okay, you can see the name is now standing on its own. So watch out for those consistency, just like I told you. Now we can actually do the same thing to this right portion. There's space there, we can just split it also. So let's do the same thing. I'll just say split column by delimiter, and let this time when we change it to space, we can still go for rightmost delimiter. And let's undo that. I didn't select this column. I was working with this column, so I'll click on this column and repeat the same thing again by delimiter, space, right. So that's it. I want to separate this male, female. Okay, you can see now we have the male and female now separate. So we can still do that again. We can still split using space. Let's go ahead. I think space is just good for our work down. Delimiter can use rightmost for space. Okay, we have our gender. I think we can go on and on like that, because this time again the age, the number is consistent, just two characters. So we still split again. I would love to use another option so that we see how it works. This time let me use number of characters. So I'll use 2 from the right. You can see their age, the same thing. So I can still say split by delimiter. Let's use space from the right. Okay, now, okay, this is the space that was existing between the age and the actual age itself. The age and the actual age. So if we try it again, split by delimiter space, rightmost. Okay, we should have our age this time. So now we don't actually need all this. We don't need the age here because the age is already here. So I can just remove column. This one also remove column. Same thing, remove column. We can also remove this gender. We call this one what? Age. Double click and rename it to age. Double click, rename it to what? Gender. And We're almost there. So this time we can see their names. Their names are consistent. They are just two names. None of them have three names. None of them have three names. So I can split by delimiter from the left using space. Okay. So this one will be the first name. And we still do the same thing. I'm sure we have space there in between their names, so delimiter leftmost using space. So I'm okay. So you want the what last name, and this time we're just left with their actual address. So we just need to remove the address from this spot, all right, from this column, sorry. So I'll just use the same methods, delimiter leftmost with space. Okay, all right, so this column becomes our address, and we do what? We remove this column, and that is how we transform our data using Power Query. We transform it. We've gotten our first name, last name, address, age, and gender using Power Query. All right, so let's go to even more advanced and complicated data that is, more complicated than this. So for this now, once you are done cleaning your data, you can do what? Close and load. You close it and load it, and that is it here. It has transformed your data. Can you see it? Can you see it? So if I close this query, I won't be able to go back again, and my data is now transformed. It's now transformed. So let's go to the next one again. Let's go to dirty data 2. We've done 1 now, right? Let's go to 2. I think this 3 is supposed to come here. So let's go to 2. Dirty data 2. All right. Okay. This data is actually the data is actually structured, well structured, but it is not clean. It's not clean. If you watch the name, you will see some inconsistency. The same thing to the city. If you go to this also, the text are not consistent. Wow, the date, the same thing, the date, different dates, the names, the sales rep. The worst is even the Gmail, the email, the Gmail is not correct, right? So let's move it to Power Query. So I'll just say insert no, sorry, our data get from table. Yes, that's it. My table has header. Okay, so the first thing I want to do right now is that I'll be working on each column one by one. All right, so for this one now, under the home, I want to remove duplicate. So sometimes if you don't want to follow these columns here, you can actually right click on it. You right click, you can see all the options for that column. So I'll say remove duplicate. So I'm sure now there's no duplicate in this column, and the names are okay now. The names are okay, but if we go to view, show white space, we see the white space that were actually there from the beginning of our data. So what I'm going to do right now is that I will select this column, format it by, first of all, I'll convert all of them to lowercase. Then I'll trim it to remove those white space. And finally, I will convert it to proper case by saying capitalize each word. I think that's okay. The same thing to the city. I'll convert all of them to lowercase. Then finally leave it on capitalize each word. All right. So I think the country is okay. The product category, they are okay. Product name is okay. The quantity, so we have some missing values from this quantity, but that should be the marketing data. So there's nothing we can do about that for now, but we can actually filter to see the null values. Okay, so we have a lot of null values on the quantity column. So that's the business. Maybe they didn't actually impute it well, but let me cancel that filter. Select all. Okay. All right. But we have the total amount here and the unit price. The total amount and the unit price. Once again, let me show you something. Let's go to that null again. Null. Okay. If you look very well, everywhere that is null, the unit price and the total amount is the same. Yes. So I can tell you that the quantity is just one, because the price of one quantity is the same. Total amount will be the same. So the quantity for this null value is 1. Did you get any insight from it? I'm sure you got it, what I'm saying. All right, because this divided by this will get 1. We'll get 1. So let me cancel the filter, clear filter. So to fill these null values, I will go to replace values. Replace values. You can right click and you still see the same option. So I'll be saying, let's find null. We'll be looking for null in this field. All right, and replace it with what? 1. So anyway, it finds null, let it replace it with 1, and that's it. Okay, and our quantity doesn't have null again. All right, we're good to go with the unit price. We're good to go with the amount. We go to the next column and we'll find out that the text here are not actually consistent. I can see, if I, okay, let's go to this filter here. We see I can see card and card. I can see cash and cash. I can see transfer and transfer because of the text. All right, so we'll still do what? We transform it. We transform it. So format lowercase, convert all of them to lowercase. Then I can say go to capitalize each word, and that's it. So if we go to the drop down, we just have the 4 option: card, cash, POS, and transfer. Okay, transfer. So I think that column is looking okay now. The next column now is our order date. Order date. Order date. So this date, they are not consistent at all, because some of them are slash, some of them are dot, some of them are dash. Find the 4 slash and the dash can work well, but this dot would not be able to take us anywhere. All right, so what I will do right now is that I will replace this dot with dash. All right, so let's replace it. Replace value. Sorry, I've not selected that column. Cancel, select that column. Replace value by replacing dot with dash. Okay. All right. So we have just 2 option now, one with dash dash and one with forward slash. And if you can see now, they are not date, they are text, right? They are not even outlined to the right. Date are outlined to the right. All right. So how do we convert it to date? How do we convert it to date? You can use data type here and work there. Either you click on this spot and work from here, or you can right click or click on this spot, click on this spot, any of them. So when you click on this spot, I don't want to, if you select date, see what will happen. Some of them might give us error. See, all right, we don't want it, we don't want this. So I will cancel that step, cancel that step. So what you should do is that you click on this spot, say use local. What do I mean by this use local? What happened is that some of them here, they were entered using the British standard. Some were entered using the US standard. For the US standard, the month come before the day, before the year. But for the UK standard, it is the day before the month. But we'll be sticking to the one standard for now. Maybe we use the US, and let's see what happens. So this time, when we say the unit, the local, we'll be changing it to what date. We'll change it to date. The location will be going for the US, English United States. All right, and this is it. It has selected, showing us the preview of what it's going to look like. And wow, we're still having error. We're still having error. All right. So what we are going to do is now we'll cancel that step again. Cancel the step. Okay. So our last option now would be to use a function. All right. So when I go to this at column, I will create this custom column. So I'm going to type in some formulas that I will use to transform that column again. So let's go for, we say try date dot from text, date from text. Then I will insert that column with the order date, insert it, and I want to specify that I'll be using the English US. Otherwise, I'll be using the date dot from text, and insert the date again. This time we'll be going for the GB. And make sure you don't have any syntax error. All right, like if I remove my bracket now, you see it's telling me token right parent expected. So that's the bracket. I will close it. So make sure you don't have any error. Wash the formula again. Try date dot from text. Remember, it's a text. We are trying to get a date from it. Then we are specifying that either it is what the US standard of date, otherwise still date from text, the Great Britain date format. And this time I will say okay. Let's see what happened, and it has transformed it to date, and I can click here and still confirm that it is a date by changing the data type. All right, so we can delete this particular date now. We can go ahead and remove it from the home tab. We can remove it, this order date, remove column, and rename this one to order date. and we can rearrange it if we want. We drag it to any way we want, rearrange it. I think it was around this spot here. Yes, this spot. All right. So I think the name sales rep names, they are they're all okay. Then we'll try the last column, which is email. So the issue with this column is that they have their name at supposed to be at gmail.com. Some of them have at gmail.com, some are just like that. So what I'm going to do now is that I'll just replace anyone that have gmail.com with gmail.com. So I'll just go to transform, replace value. So we should find gmail.com and replace it with gmail.com. All right. So okay, and we are good to go. We've transformed the whole of this data set to something clean. All right, we've transformed it. So basically that's it on Power Query. So right now again, we're going to go to home. We say close and load. So this time I'll not close and load. No need for that. So I'll just basically cancel it. Close. I don't want to close and load. There should be a place for exist, but I don't have that now. So I'll just close it from here. Discard. All right. So lastly, I have one more dirty data here. I have one more, almost the same thing, but still different. Something to learn from this also. So we still take it to Power Query. We take it to Power Query. To take it to Power Query, I will just click on Data tab here. Then I will say from table. Some will say from table / range, but mine says from table. Okay, so I'll say okay. It will take me to Power Query, and this time the date is still the same thing, the same issue again with the date. The outline to the left showing that it's not a date, and if I try to convert it to date, I'm still facing error again. I'm still facing another error, so we cancel that step. I'm sure we should just use our normal method that we used for the last one to get it done, because if we go back again, let's use the using local. And we tell it that it's a date, and we want the English US. Okay, still facing error. Okay, so cancel that step. We still use our same formula again. We'll go to add column, custom column. They will say try date dot from text. We insert the date. We specify that we want it to be English US, otherwise date dot from text. We insert it again, the other date. We want English Great Britain, and that is it. Okay, and our date is now okay. We can convert it to date, and we are good to go. I can sort this and bring it up here, and that is it. So I can delete this, remove column, remove column, and I can call this date. All right, the next column now is our client, and our client, they have this something called ticker. It is used in stock market to represent that organization or company. So we want to separate the ticker from the company. All right, so I want to use there are many options to do this. I can actually split it from space with delimiter, but let me do it this way. I want to use this transform option of, okay, add column. I want to use let's say I can use column from example to do this. I can use conditional column. I can use, what else again? Extract, many options. I want to just get this x n y s colon a t x from all of them, so I can use this. Okay, let's demonstrate. Let's demonstrate using all of them if we can. So I'll say column from example, from all column, from all column. Not, it's just from all column. No, cancel. Column from example, from selection. All right, from that one I selected. So I'll just type x n y x colon ats. I'll hit enter, and you can see it has gotten everything that I want. All right, so if I want it, I'll just say okay. That's column from examples. That's it. It got the result that I want. But let me cancel it. I'll cancel it. I want to try extract. So I will say extract text between delimiters. Text between delimiters. I told you before that delimiters are all these various characters like commas, colon, semicolon, bracket. They're all delimiters. So this one now is the best I would like to use, because this particular one now is pretty clear. All right, it starts with opening bracket and end with closing bracket. So I want to extract text between these two delimiter, and boom, that is it. So I prefer this one to that column from example. All right, so at this point now, we'll call this one, we call it ticker. That's what this thing represents, ticker. All right, and I can drag it here, I can put it here, but I can have the ticker here and still have it on the client's name. So I'll just split column. Let me just use the split method, split by delimiter. So this delimiter I want from the left. That's the opening bracket from the left. Okay, and that is it. I've removed it. All right, so I can easily remove this column. So I have the day, the client name. I'll rename this client name and just remove that one in front of it. Then we have the ticker. Our contact, still the same thing. So we format it. Go to transform and format it. Make it lowercase, and then you trim it. Finally, you make it proper case by saying capitalize each word. And if you look at this one, the department has state in front of it, right? So we just split column to by delimiter. This time should be underscore, and I want to tell you that this time, even if I leave it on leftmost, rightmost, each occurrence, I will get the same result, because there's only one underscore there, the same result. So any of them will work. Let me use this each occurrence, and that's it. It's only one. So I can rename this one to the department, while this one will be the what, the state. All right. And if we check the payment, we go to the drop down here. We can see we have transfer, PayPal, check, and null. So first of all, let me transform it by making it lowercase, then capitalize each word, and finally, instead of leaving this on leave it on null, no, I will replace it. I'll just say replace null with what will I call it, unknown, unknown, or we'll just say not specified, not specified, and okay, that is it. Instead of null, we have not specified. Okay, so the revenue, we have the revenue and the profit, and most time revenue or profit would always be revenue minus profit, sorry, minus cost. Revenue minus cost, yes, revenue minus cost will give us the profit, but we don't have the cost right now, so there's nothing we can actually do to this null, or we can still write some, some text just like we did for payment method. But for now, let's focus on transforming these our numbers here. You can see it outlined to the left instead of right, and it have text, dollar text or icon in front of it. So we'll just first of all specify that it is what we can say is a currency. Let's see what happened, and that is it. The same thing to this, it's currency, and that is it. All right. So I've actually cleaned this data completely. Then for this missing data for the revenue and profit, I've explained to you that without the cost, there's nothing we can do. We can maybe refer back to the organization to confirm what actually happened, or if we can get those missing values. But for now, you can't actually input anything there. So our our data is actually ready now. All right, if we actually had maybe the revenue and the profit without missing value, could have actually gotten the profit margin by, I'll just say, custom column. We just divide the profit, by the revenue, and okay, let's just leave it, because we just have some um, values that we can't divide by null. It will make sense. But for now, our data is actually clean and organized. All right. So that is it from Power Query. A lot more to come from Power Query, and I would have loved to show you some things we can do with it. Let me just show you one, like this date now. If we want to get the days of the week, the month of the year, we can actually add column. We want it to be in another column. I can just get it, it from the date here. So I want to show you again from date and time for this column. I will come to this pod and will say day. Yeah, day, name of day, and it will be added to the end of our data here. You can see what this particular day, what each of them represent. This date here, let me drag it again. So this particular day, it's Saturday, and so on. So we clean this data away. We made it easily to analyze. The only thing we're left is this missing value here, the missing value. Okay, I think we can actually do without it. All right, but let me, because of something I want to do now, let me just show you something. Assuming we just filter out the null values from the revenue and the profit, let's just filter it out and do some other calculation. All right, assuming there was no missing value, and I want to say anywhere the profit, anything where the profit is greater than one 1000, let's call it high profit, or either we call it normal, or high profit and normal, or low profit. So to do that, I'll just use conditional column. Yes, let me use conditional column. I just wanted to show you around most of the thing you need for Power Query. So we say if this profit, yes, if profit is greater than 1000, we should call it, okay, let's call it high performer, right? High performer. Okay, I wanted to see if we have maybe someone to refer to, but if the profit column is greater than 1000, then what should it output? Let it output the text high performer. Else, otherwise, if not it, let it call it what? Normal. All right. And if we wanted to add another rule, maybe we have something like low, medium, and high. We can actually add that rule. Maybe the one for high, then the next one for medium, then the last one will be for low. But let's just work with these two for now. I'll delete it and I'll say high performer or normal. Otherwise, normal. Okay, so that is it. You can see all these ones greater than 1000, they are what? The high performance. So I can call this one performance. Right, performance. All right, so that is it. You can work with Power Query to get inside, to clean your data, so that when you try to get inside, it will be easier to analyze, not with unclean or dirty data. All right, so that is it for from Power Query, and more to come. So I won't save this. I will just discard and close, and that is it. All right, so right now let's move to the next option. All right, let's move to the next option of what? Conditional formatting. All these things are for real data analysis tasks, because you'll be using them in one way or the other, because data will not always come clean, and there will always be issues with the data. So you have to use some of all these things depending on the task. So the next one I have is conditional formatting. And let me show you how this conditional formatting works. First of all, I want to show you how to use this conditional formatting to detect duplicate. Yes, I don't want to delete them. I want to detect and see all the duplicate. All right. So I have these data entries. There are 150 rows. All right, 150 rows. So I want to see if there are duplicate entries here. How can someone be in finance and be in sales and be in finance? So it's the same person, they are duplicate. So first of all, let me detect them, all of them. So I'll go select, let me just go to conditional formatting, and I'll say new rule, and I'll say format only unique or duplicate option. Unique or duplicate. So I've selected what I want. Format rule is duplicate, and no format set. So I want to set a format to detect it for me. What will give me the sign that there is duplicate? So I will click here to select the format that I want to use. You want to bold the number, you want to do anything, but I will go for this field just to fill it color. Let it use color and show me those data with duplicate values. You can choose any color you want, but let me go for red, and that is it. I'll click on OK, and the rule we selected is that let it select only unique or duplicate values and fill it with these red colors, and boom, if I click on OK, give it time. Oh, so we didn't actually select our data. We didn't select our data. We will use the employee name. Let's use the employee column to do that, the name to do that. All right, we'll go back again, new row, these duplicate values, formatted, red, okay, and everything is even, there's too much duplicate. All right, so I don't think we can use that one because of the nature. So Control Z to cancel it. Let's select the whole of our let's use the employee ID. Yeah, employee ID will be better. So set new rule. Okay, so we can see most of them are duplicate. They are all duplicate. There are many duplicates here. All right, so maybe if you are still doubting what I'm saying, see what I want to do. I'll just select if I select these, Ctrl C, I'll paste it here. We have finance, two finance. We have up to, let me delete these two. I have one marketing, one IT, one sales, and three finance. So if I select this data now, format it, new rule to select duplicate for me to indicate it. Okay, you can see it highlights the three finance because they are duplicated. All right, so that's exactly what we did here now. All right, so assuming I want to delete the duplicate, all right, I want to remove the duplicate, I can use this data tab that says data tools, remove duplicate, continue with current selection, remove duplicate, and my data has header, yes, but we want to work with the employee ID and remove duplicate using this column here, this employee ID. So okay, and that is it. It has removed the duplicate for us. Let's try to detect duplicate again and see if there will be duplicate. We'll go back to conditional formatting, new row, duplicate values, fill it with red color. Okay, you can see there is no duplicate this time, so nothing happened. All right, so there are many other things we can do with this conditional formatting. Maybe we want to grade their performance. You can see their performance score is over 100. Some people have 100 over 100. All right, so if I want to see people that are performing better or the high performance, so I would select this column, go to formatting. I can just use this color set. I'll choose this first one, red, green, and blue. Green, yellow, red. Sorry, not blue. And that is it. You can see the higher the score, the green or the greener it be. All right. So then the smaller the score, then the redder is a redder. Okay, then it will more of red color. All right, light red or dark red. Okay, so that is it. You can see the least score is 50 and the red, okay, yeah, that's 50. The red color is the darkest among all of them. So we can use this conditional formatting to do many other things. Like now again, I want to see the top employers that employee that have the highest salary, right? Just top 10 only. We can go for conditional formatting. You can see top slash bottom row, top 10 items. And the 10 fill it with red. Okay, let it fill it with red color, and that is it. These are the top 10 salary earners in this list. All right, so this is what conditional formatting can do for us. All right, so that is it. So the next section now is that I want to show you how to create different chart in Excel. All right, because when you are creating charts, some might think chart is very simple. You just highlight your data and create a chart, but it's not actually like that. There's some chart that you can't actually reproduce if you don't know the right rule to follow to create that chart, right? So let's go to charts. Let's go to chart. So right now I've created these different tables, or sorry, sheets, to demonstrate how to create the different types of chart for you. Different type of chart, from line to pie to bar, clustered column chart, stacked column chart, so that you know how to create it the right way. So most time, what people do is that they'll just click on this board, they'll just click on their data, they'll go to insert, and if they click on any chart, let's see line, where's line chart, and boom, line chart has appeared. All right, but it might not work all the time. There are some complex charts like combo chart. You can't create combo chart using this highlight method. All right, so right now I want to show you the right way to create the different types of chart. All right, so let me just delete this chart. I want to recreate this line chart, not assuming, not giving Excel the power over my data, but creating it the way I want. All right, so I will delete the chart right now. So I want to create a line chart using this data, a date with various numbers. All right, so the right way to create a chart, as you know, an upcoming data analyst, is that you start this way. You insert an empty chart of the type of chart you want, the empty chart. So right now I want to create a line chart using this data. So I will insert a line chart but empty chart. So how do you manage to achieve this empty chart? Don't click on a column that has a an entry, or even close to it. Like now, see, let me keep it close to it and see if you detect it. You see it still got the chart. Right, when I click on the data, it will still create the chart for me. All right, but when I move further away from the data and insert line chart, nothing will happen. That's how you achieve the empty line chart. First of all right, so I want to create a line chart with this data. All right, so right now what I will do now is I will right click and say select data. That's what I want. Select data. So the first thing it's telling me is chart data range. The chart data range. So to select the chart data range, this is the main thing that we use to form the chart. These numbers, this one. So let me select both of them. I'm sorry, I'm using the drag method. All right, and see what happened. It created two series for me. I want to see my chart. See, it created two series for me. The first one and the second one. The first and the second. All right, but you don't have to leave this thing to lock. You can actually do it the way you want. Like now, let me delete it and go back again. This time I want to select plus this header here. I'll select plus the header. See, so this time it's no longer series 1 and series 2. It has the actual line name. Okay, and finally we can see this horizontal line. It by default it has given it a number from 1 to 3 till the highest. But what we'll do right now, we'll say edit, because yes, that this line is supposed to be our date. All right, so we say edit, and it says select range. I can click on this spot here and I will select the date range, Control Shift and down, and go back in. You can see it has switched our data. It looks exactly like that first one that Excel created by default for us. And okay, you see, no more 1 to 3. It's the actual date, the actual text, and the line chart. All right, so I'll click on OK, and that is how you create your line chart. Okay, so this for line chart. Let's go to the next type of chart. pie chart. And I've not made this data easy. It's not just a pie chart of, let's say, boys and girls, whereby we say boys are 5, girls are, let's say, 9, and I can easily highlight this data, click on insert, and instantly I'll get my pie chart. But this time it's not like that. It's not like that. I want the chart to be this way. Like in this particular year, I want the percentage of the chart to be like this. All right, why each of the percentage represents this combo 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, so let me delete this one. Go ahead, delete this one. So to insert an empty, first of all, we insert the empty pie chart. Insert it, empty pie chart. We right click and we say select data, and where is our data range? This time I don't want to create multiple, because I need three pie charts, but I want to create all of them at once. I'll just highlight all this section here. You can see it, series 1, 2, 3, and this time what I would do is that, our chart is not looking the way it's supposed to be. Okay, so that's to show that it's not correct. That's not correct. So let's form only one chart first, one at a time. I'll just select this, and for the various numbers, it will be our combo. So edit, select all these. Okay, still our chart is not what we want it to be. Still not what we want it to be. So I'm just doing all this so that you still see the error, or how it looks like when what you are expecting is not what you see. So what will I do now? I'll just click on it and I'll say remove. I'm back to the empty chart. So this time again, I will go inside. I want to select so I'm sure this thing should work now. Go back in and boom, we have our chart. So we're just missing not selecting this combo. All right, but the chart data is correct. So let's cancel it again. Let me still cancel it. I want us to actually understand this. I'll cancel it, and this time click cancel, right click, select data, and I want to select only this. Let's see what will happen. You can see it's working. Then for the for this number, we click on edit and select the legend. That should be our legend for the pie chart. So that is it. This one for our data, the legend, this one. Okay, and how do we change the series one? It's supposed to be 2017. That's it, 2017. So I will click on it and edit. That's the series name. I'll just choose 2017. Okay, and that's switched to 2017. All right, so let me create one more pie chart using maybe 2019. So I'll still insert again pie chart, the empty pie chart. I say right click and say select data. Our data range should be from here to here. Okay, I say 2019, sorry, from here to here. And for this horizontal axis, which is this combo 1 to 5, edit it and you select combo 1 to 5. Okay, then for our series name, it should be 2019. You click on edit and you choose 2019, and okay. So I created for 17 and 19. You can go ahead and create for 2018 for yourself. So if you've actually followed me for this video, then you have not subscribed, then you are wrong. All right, so go ahead and hit the subscribe button, because this is what I do every day. mentor people on getting into tech, various courses on tech. So I'll be guiding you, helping you to know most of the tools you need. All right. So go ahead and subscribe. Go ahead and like the video. If you have any question, you want to partner with me in a project, just go ahead and drop the comment. Or you can also contact me with various social media platform. Or so make sure you subscribe. So right now, go ahead and try getting the pie chart for 2018. So that's it, to create a pie chart using the normal standard way, not the lucky method. Just like I told you before, right now you won't be able to create a pie chart using the lucky method, the way I did that, boys and girls, and you highlight it, you create a chart. You can't do that. You can't give me that type of pie chart using this data. It won't work. Right. So if you want to try it, insert pie chart. You can see this pie chart doesn't have, I don't know what they are giving me right now. So you see, because the whole data is highlighted. So if you understand the fact that, let me delete it, you have to take the time and specify all the data on their right column. Right. So like now I'll say select again. I'm already doing it. Let me getting that of 2018. All right. So if you right click and say select data, this first one now is the main data set itself. Like for 2018, this is the data. All right. It has created a chart. The rest are the various legend and labels. So edit here and select this combo 1 to 5, while you edit here and select 2018. That is it. Okay. And our chart is good to go. So that's for pie chart. The next chart is a bar chart. Bar chart, very very easy one, very very easy. Like our normal way, if you say insert and you just click on bar chart, you will just get your chart. But I don't want to do it that way. I want to use the method I've been preaching to you, which is this: insert an empty bar chart. Then you right click, select data. Now the data range is this one, your main data. That is it. You select it and you edit here and get the horizontal labels. Then for our titles will edit and we select this spot. Okay. All right. And we say okay. So number of goal in 38 game 2016, and that is it. Without lucky mouse method. We're not using the lucky mouse method whereby you just highlight and you choose chart and it will create that chart for you. All right. So that is it on bar chart. Let's go to the next one. Yes. So I wonder how you manage to create a clustered column chart for me without understanding this right method of creating chart in Excel. I wonder how you do it. So how do I create a clustered column chart? How do I create it? So I will insert an empty clustered column chart. This is clustered column chart. All right, insert it, and I want to right click and say select data. So the first data range should be my revenue. Yeah, revenue. I'll choose revenue. Okay, let's select plus the title revenue. This is my first, and for the second cluster chart. Okay, but before I select the second one, please let's be seeing our outcome here. I wish I could drag this one, but it's not possible because this one is currently highlighted. All right, so I've created the first chart. So what would be our horizontal label? It would be the various months. The month, so I will edit it, select the month. Sorry. can see the first year, 2010, it is 850,000. Can we see it? See it here? 850 till the last, and it was gradually increasing. So I have created the first column chart, okay, which is revenue, but I need to add the gross profit as a column chart also, which will make it a clustered column chart. So to do that, I will right click again, right click, select data again. So this time I will add, we've not used this one before. I will add, and what is the series name? This is the series name, gross profit. And what is the value? Please be mindful of be mindful of this one here, this one in curly bracket. We don't need it, so you have to delete it, or make sure when you select your outcome here, you don't include this one. So let's click here, and I will go ahead and select. You can see that that one is still included, so I have to go back and delete it, delete everything. So I'll click on this port again. Okay, let's start over. Cancel, cancel. We right click and say select data, add data. The series name is our gross profit, and for this, let's just cancel that one in quote. I will select the outcome here, and that one is not included. Don't say I didn't tell you. Okay, so go ahead and say okay. Our month is already there. Our month is already there. Sorry, year is already there. We don't need to edit this one, but if you feel you still need to edit it, you can go ahead, edit it, and you select the year also. And okay, still the same thing. Okay, so this is a clustered chart. This is a clustered chart, although it's not looking like a real clustered chart because there's not supposed to be space here. But to do that, you go to what? Quick layout. Quick layout from this new ribbon of chart tools. Quick layout, and that is it. The first one will give you the clustered column chart, right? So that is the clustered column chart. Clustered column chart, and we go to the next one, which is stacked column chart. All right. So these are information for a particular year. All right. We want to stack all this together. Stack it for that particular year. So let me go ahead and insert a chart column, but stacked. Where is to see there? All right. The stacked column chart. Right click, select data, and this time what we're going to do is that we're going to select the legend and all the data like this. Yes. All right. Always watch out for what you're expecting to see. Like this first one now, we should be able to see 450 followed by 250 followed by 175 and 120. That means that it is correct. All right, it is correct. And for their label here, it should be the various years. So edit it, select the various years, and okay. All right. Did you see? To bring up the legend, what these colors represent, we'll just go to add chart element, data, with legend, data label, no, legend, that's it, legend, let's put it on top. All right, so it's correct. For 2012, this general tutso chicken 2012 450, and broccoli beef 250, broccoli beef, sorry, broccoli beef. So It's correct. So our chart is actually correct. This is how to create a stacked column chart. Let's go to the next one, which is 100% stacked column chart. 100% stacked column chart. Still the same thing, but this time we want it to be 100% stacked. This column chart, stacked column chart, is not 100%, but let's see the difference with that of 100% stacked column chart. So we insert this time a column chart, but this other one, which is 100% stacked column chart, and right click and select data. This is our data here, all this plus the label. All right, so we edit and choose the what, the various year, and okay, that is it. We have all our data, but they are stacked 100%. Like this, let's take for 2012, the general to see chicken should be 45%. You can see it, 45. See there, 45. Why this is 25? So I'm expecting one to be 25. The next is 18. The next is 12. All right, so means that is correct. That's how to create the 100% stacked column chart, because you can see at the end they are all 100%, but in the other one we created, they are not the same. All of them have different bar based on their individual values, but in this case all of them are 100%. All right, so let's go to the next type of chart, combo chart. All right, so I want what is combo chart? Combo chart is basically having two different type of chart in the same chart. All right, in an overall chart. So I want this one to be maybe line chart, and this one is maybe bar chart, and this one is maybe this one is bar chart, this one is line chart. Any of them you want can mix the both. So if you do it like that, it is a combo chart. So I will insert. There's no combo chart anywhere here. There's no combo chart, but for now I'm going to insert a clustered column chart. Yes. How do I create that combo chart? Let's take a look. There's no combo chart here. There's no combo chart anywhere here. So what we just do is we create a clustered column chart. Yes. And we'll still follow that same process. We right click and see select data. Our data, let's use the actual target revenue. Okay, let's see the target. Let's use the first one of target and create it. This is the target that was given to the person. Let's edit here. Here will be our month. So target was given to the sales rep for the month. Okay, a target was given to the sales rep for the months. These are all the target created in a column chart. Sorry. Now we are going to right click and select data again. Select data. So we add another data. So the series name this time will be what? Actual. What the person actually sold at the end. I've told you to be aware of this one. All right. So most time you delete it, and we go ahead and select, click on that spot and select the actual. Go back in and we can see, okay, we can see now the month is still the same thing. The month is edit and we select the month, is still the same thing. So okay, oh sorry, I missed out on there. Right click, select data, we add data, this time actual, delete this, select all of the actual, and okay, you can leave the one, it's the same thing. All right, so I have this target and the actual. So for me to form a combo chart, what I will do is that I will right click. If you don't want to right click, you can just stay here. You see here that says change chart type. Change chart type, and I'll see combo chart at the end of the list there. So combo chart. So you can switch any of them. You want to switch the target. All right. Does it make sense like this? See the outcome here, that the target, these are the target, and the person exceeded the target, couldn't meet the target, couldn't meet. So they lowered, maybe they lowered the target and the person still perform. All right. Or if you want the actual to be the line chart, I want this one to be the column chart, and I want this to be the line chart the other way around. So okay, any of them, either way. So we just add our legend, data label, sorry. I want to indicate which of them is a line chart. That's supposed to be, is it the title? Not the chart title, the data label. Supposed to be legend. Let's see on top. Yeah, that's our legend on top. So target was given here, and the person was meeting the target, meet the target, couldn't meet, meet the target, couldn't meet, and so on. I think this one is better than the other one. All right. So this is for combo chart, which is not possible if you want to use this normal data method of selecting and choosing any chart you want. All right. The next type of chart is the scatter chart. I want to use these data to create a scatter chart. If you remember, a scatter chart requires two numerical data, one on the x and one on the y, and the points that they meet will form a dot for us. All right, so we can make the dot very big or small depending on how we want it. So I'll just click here, insert an empty scatter chart. You right click. I'm teaching you how to do it the right way, not out of guessing. So select data. This time we'll be selecting both of them together. So select both of them together. Sorry, I'm using the dragging method. I'm almost there. So select the data all, and boom, we don't need to do any other edit again, and we'll get our scatter chart. Very easy. All right, so you don't need to select them separately. You select all the data at once and create your scatter chart. Very simple for scatter chart. Then next is the area chart. I want to tell you that area chart and line chart, they're almost, it's not the same thing. They're the same thing, but line chart goes in form of a line. Area chart shades the area under or below the line. That's just it. So I'll insert this time area chart. Area chart should be, well, area chart be, yes, still here under line chart. Area chart. I think we should go for stacked area chart. I'll delete this. We'll go for okay. Let's go with it. The number one. Let's go for area chart. So right click, select data, and we'll select both of them together. Both, just like scatter chart. We can see the outcome. This is our area chart. Meanwhile, for the horizontal axis label, we edit it and we select our month of the year. So January to December. Okay, and that is it. We introduce our legend to tell us what the color represents. So high price and low price. That's basically for area chart. And next is the bubble chart. Bubble chart. So if I go to bubble chart, this time I want to create two do bubble chart. I'm making it, I'm taking it further. So I'll stay outside, insert, and it should be under the scatter chart. Yes. So I want to create a bubble chart. So for the bubble chart, it requires three attributes. That's why it is bubble. You can see it. It's form of a 3D image. All right. So if we right click and say select data, the chart range should be, we just select all of them together. All, select all at once, select all at once. Yes. And for the name, series name, I'll edit the name should be girls. Okay. And this is our bubble chart. If I want to include that of the boys, the same method, right click, select data, and add, and series name. This is the time that we will have to specify everything by ourselves. The series name should be boys. I'll click on it and it captures the name. For the x-axis, we click here, select it. This is for the x-axis. Going the y-axis, beware of this one. In bracket. Cancel. Going back there, select this. Okay, I think that chart is actually blocking my view, so I can't do anything. I have to pull it out from there. So right click down and say select data, and add series name. This time should be boys. The x-axis, this is x-axis, y-axis again. Okay, everything is highlighted. Y-axis, and lastly the bubble size, and that is it. Okay, and we have the bubble chart. So this is how you create all the various different charts, all right, using the Rite method. All right, to complete this section, we are going to be building a dashboard, a sales dashboard using this sample data. All right, so what's a dashboard? A dashboard is just an interactive summary of your analysis. So when you finish analyzing your data, you need to create a dashboard for what you present to your stakeholders. All right, so we are going to be creating a very quick dashboard. We've already gone a long way, so we'll end this section with an interactive Excel dashboard. So I'm going to be creating that dashboard using the pivot table. That's the best and easiest way to create dashboard in Excel. So this is where I want the dashboard to be. So I will insert a pivot table using this sales data. So I'll insert into a new worksheet. All right, so I'll be showing you quickly how you can create multiple pivot table very fast than going through the normal way we've been doing it. So right now, if I get these let's say total sales right now here, and I've created one pivot table already, so I can easily copy and paste it, right, by just selecting this, Ctrl C. I can paste this pivot table here, Ctrl V, and let me paste here again, Ctrl V, and I can paste here, Ctrl V. All right, so by the time I stop this, I should have up to 4 pivot table down. So let me just remove. So you can see I have this one. For this, I have this pivot table number 2, pivot table number 4. All right, so right now the first thing I want to get are some quick KPIs, like the sum of sales, like the total sales for this one. Let me go for the total unit, just drag it here. For this number 3, let's go with the number of order and average price of what people ordered. So let's take price here, and we take the average price. and number of units, so number of order. Okay, track this one here, and we'll have the count. 41 order came in, right? So quickly, let's translate this into our dashboard. So what I'll do now is that let me bring up a name for my dashboard. Let me call it which name would I give it? Okay, company. Okay, let me say ABC sales dashboard. All right, so I'll highlight it, then make it bold, and that's it. Just find this way. So the first thing I want to get from those KPIs, one is the total sales. Second is the what's it again? Total unit. Sorry, total unit. The next is average price. And lastly, we have the number of order. Now to bring up these values here, all I have to do is just, I'll say equal to, for the sales, total sales, I'll switch back to the sheet and I'll click right here and hit enter, and we'll get the value here. The same to total unit. Switch here, units. Same for average price, equal to average price. Same for these, equal to number of order, and that's it. So the next thing is that let me create some visuals. I'll just copy this pivot table and paste it right here. Let me compare the sales date. Okay, let's go for region first. The region with more sales. Okay, that's fine. Then also I can paste here also Ctrl V, and I'll remove this price. I want to check for the sales rep with the highest sales. Okay, with the number of most sold units, with the most units sold, right? So I'll sort it. Let's leave this unit for still sales, not unit. Let's go for sales. Then we have to sort it. Let's sort all of them by the sum of sales. Okay, same thing for this region. Sort it by sales. Okay, all right. And I want to see sales over the period, over the timeline. So I'll be working with the sales order date. Sorry, let me just insert pivot table, existing worksheet. Okay, so let me drag the date to rows, and sales to value. All right, so let's see what's going on there. Expand the column, expand it. Okay, in terms of the quarter. All right, so quickly also let's translate this 1, 2, 3 chart to our dashboard. So for this region, the best chart I think I will use is let me remove this total rows there. So ground total off. So I'll be using, let's go for pie chart. But let's remove this ground total off for both design. All right, so I'll be using pie chart for this. So I'll switch to chart, select that pivot table, select the pivot table, go to chart, pie chart, and okay. All right, so I have this chart now. I will move it to my dashboard by just cutting it, Ctrl X. Then I go to dashboard and paste it, Ctrl V. All right, same thing to the other one. What type of chart? Okay, let's go for column chart. Column chart. Select this, analyze, pivot table, column chart. You can see it makes sense a lot. All right, so I'll go for it. Also, you cut it and you move it to your dashboard. Ctrl V. And for the other one also, I think for this one, I think line chart should be the best. Line chart. Let me see the quarter. January, February, March. Are they? All of them have values. Okay, that's fine. For 2021, for 2022, all of them have values. Oh, so okay, that means that we can still work with them in terms of the year. Okay, we'll analyze for a separate year, but for now, since there are just 2 years there, let's work with both of them. And I'll collapse this. Go ahead. All right. So for this chart, I want to use a line chart. A line chart. Switch it to a line chart. All right. So, okay. And I'll move it to my dashboard. Move it to dashboard. I'll drop it right here. All right. So I want I want to create a one more chart. Then I will include some slide. The slide, yeah, slicer. I'll include some slicer to the chart. All right. So let me arrange this. I want the pie chart to be at the center. All right, like this. Why this line chart here? We still need to do some edit, but I just want this dashboard to be very quick. Okay, so which chart can I create again? My pivot table. I'll bring back my pivot table. Sorry, show field list. We've talked about, okay, the most sold item. We've talked about the order, the region, the sales rep, the items. So the items. So let's go for the items also. So what I will do now is that drag the item to rows. Oh, pivot table can overlap. So I've not created a pivot table yet. So did I create anyone? Not yet. Not yet. So I'll create pivot table right over here. So I'll go to insert pivot table, existing worksheet, which is sheet 1. I want to drop the pivot table here and okay. So right now I want to compare the item with the most units sold. Yes, units sold. So we can see book and pencil. All right, so let's just sort it. Sort based on sum of units. Okay, so I think we can use a column chart or bar chart. Bar chart. Let's go for column chart. Column chart goes where? All right, so I'll go ahead and cut it and I will take it to my dashboard. I think at this point now I have enough visual. Ctrl V. I have a lot of visual now. So what I will do right now is that I want to bring up some slicers that will enable us to quickly get inside All right, so I'll go to my pivot table. Let's use from the sales rep, and we'll just create slicer. When you click on any of the pivot table, click on any of the pivot table at all, then when you go to analyze, then you say slicer, insert slicers. All right, we insert slicer, and want to connect the slicer to what which of them. Let's create for region, and we create for what again? Region and item. I think so. The region and item. Okay. So I'll go ahead and cut both of them. Control X and move it to our dashboard. Control V. Okay. I'm trying to ungroup it. They are grouped together. I think I have to repeat this. Control Z. Go back. Slicer for sales, item, and region. All right. So I'll move one. Control X. And I'll bring it to my dashboard here. Then I'll bring up the other one also. Control X. Dashboard here. Okay, I think we've gone a long way. We've gone a long way to create this dashboard. So now I want to add some good looking visuals to it. I want to make them look very good. All right, if we still have time. So but before I do that, I want this dashboard to be very interactive. See, right now when I click on any of this slicer, it's only this one that is interactive, but everything is supposed to be interactive. Okay, so the same thing to this one, only this one. So to do that, what I'm going to do right now is that when I select this slicer, I'll go to option here, and I'll see report connection. Report connection. So if you click on that report connection, you can see that it is only connected to pivot table 6. So wait, I will just check all the rest of the pivot table, and all of them should be connected now. Okay, same for this one. Report connection. Connect all of them together. Connect all of them together. Okay. All right, so I think everything now, yeah, interactive. If I click on each region, everything you see here now is only for the east region. The total sales from the east region, the total unit from the east region, just like that. All right, so everything is interactive. And one last thing I'm going to add right now is the timeline. Since we have the data about time, the date, we can add timeline. All right, so I'll click on this and say insert timeline, other date. All right, it works with only date since it's the timeline. Okay, and you can see now it has the timeline for the years starting from January 2020 to December 2021. Exactly that's our period of time. So let me just cut it. Control X, and I'll move it to the dashboard. Move it to the dashboard. Okay, let me drop it here, and I'll go to the option and make sure it is connected to all the rest of the pivot table. Connect it to all of them. If not, they will not be interactive. Okay, so I think I'm good to go now. This dashboard is not the best, but I think we've gotten all the possible KPIs we need. Let me drop this one here. I think it's better this way. So lastly, let me add some changes in terms of color to it. All right, so what I'll do right now is that I want to make this dashboard look better. All right, so see what I'll do. First of all, I would remove all these line here, remove all the line. So I'll go to view, and uncheck grid line, and change the color of the background. Let's go for blue. Right, I think it's good this way. I think it's taking shape. And this our text here, we need to make it visible. So I'll select this text, increase the font size, oh, Ctrl Z, increase the font size, same thing to this, yeah. So on the text again, I'll change the font color to, let's go for white. No need to repeat it, select it, make it bold. All right, so I'll just click on each of them, and I will use my format painter to, do justice to the rest. Format painter, format all the text look the same for my region name. Okay, Ctrl Z, select text color, and my dashboard is coming alive. So I just need to rearrange with this table again, but for now we don't have all the time. We just leave it like this for now. So let me see if I can adjust all these. All right. So this is just a simple Excel dashboard. Use our chart and some KPIs and some sliders that we can use to make, decisions about our data. Okay, I wish I have all the time to change all this visual to the way I really want it to be. But this is just how you can easily design a quick sales dashboard, right? And everything is interactive. If I click, we are in this place now, this spot, we are in January 2020. If I click on only January 2020, you can see this is the total sales for January, the total unit, the average price, the number of order. Only one order was made for January 2020. So you can see that everything about this dashboard is interactive. So I'll be creating more dashboards on Excel, but for now, these are the tricks. This is how you use to create a dashboard. All right, you create a pivot table and you connect it to the other section. All right, so that's it about dashboard. You have the time, you can edit the color, change it, the visual to match with your brand color. So thank you for joining me for this Excel long hour course. All right, and see you again in the next upcoming videos.